Vidíte mě? Filipe,
Okay.
tam je nějaký program, jo? Tam visí.
Prosím tě,
Jo, sdílíme program.
visí program, já tě
Good morning, dear colleagues, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning from Prague. Let me introduce myself. I'm Václav Moravec, and I am director of the Center of Artificial Intelligence Journalism at the Faculty of Social Sciences of Charles University in Prague. On behalf of our center, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the conference that focuses on how to survive the information overload related to the pandemic of COVID-19. The theme of this international conference results from our COVID-19 infodemic project. In this project, we examine different forms of infodemic, their causes, and possible prevention. I believe that comparing our findings, which will be discussed by my colleagues, with international experiences from different parts of the world will be inspiring for all of us. I am very sorry that the COVID-19 pandemic did not allow me to welcome you personally to the Faculty of Social Sciences in the center of Prague. So, thank you for joining us from all over the world, at least in this way. I hope that we will be able to host you in our beautiful city of Prague sometime soon, at the one of our other conferences that the Center of Artificial Intelligence Journalism will organize in the future. Before we start this exciting day with our outstanding speakers, I would like to thank the Technology Agency of the Czech Republic that supported this conference slot, the project COVID-19 Infodemic. In a few moments, I will welcome the chairman of Technology Agency of the Czech Republic, Professor Petr Konvalinka. Moreover, I would like to thank the Faculty of Social Sciences for facilitating the organization of this event. When I look at the program ahead of us, we truly have much to look forward to. Apart from a number of raw provocative contributions, we have the honor to welcome 4 keynote speakers. The first keynote speaker, Petr Ludwig, is a co-author of the movement Mask for All. He will speak about the importance of critical thinking and media literacy in preventing the spread of COVID-19 related disinformation. The second keynote speaker, Laďka Mortkovic-Bauerová, is an experienced journalist who works at Agence France Presse. She will introduce you to the practice of AFP in debunking fake news and show you how a global news agency identifies and deals with disinformation narratives. The third keynote speech will be presented by Stavros Vologiandidis, a co-founder Data Scouting and assistant professor at International Hellenic University, and Sofia Karakeva. She is communications and marketing executive at Data Scouting. They will focus on how to deal with hate speech, namely what is hate speech, why it's difficult to annotate it, and what roles do machine learning and deep neural networks play in the automated detection of hate speech. And now let me introduce the chairman of the Technology Agency of the Czech Republic, Professor Petr Konvalinka, and Associated Professor Alice Němcová-Tejkalová. Alice is the Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences and Charles University, who will both welcome you at this conference. Mr. Chairman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to greet you in the occasion of the conference topic, how to survive within the information flood around COVID-19. It's my great pleasure to be a part of the welcome greeting. I would like to wish success to your conference, not only personally, but also by the name of Technology Agency of the Czech Republic, which is supporting applied social sciences projects under the research program called ETA. Great results of the Faculty of Social Sciences of the Charles University, leading by the Dean of the Faculty, Professor Alice Němcová, as well as exploring results by the Director, Dr. Václav Moravec, leads to high respect and recognition of their research teams all over the Czech Republic and also in Europe. So I would like to thank you very much for invitation and for possibility to greet you. Have a successful conference time, take care of you, and stay in good health. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your words, and Alice.
For very kind words regarding our faculty. And I would also like to welcome you here in Prague and directly in the Faculty of Social Sciences, since we are in the empty building, in the building in the center of Prague. And I'm personally responsible for this conference within our team. So I hope that you will enjoy with the help of my dear colleagues and friends who are making very great support here. And it's kind of a hard topic, how to survive within the information flood around COVID-19, because we have gone through extremely tough times, and there's clearly no end nearby. On the other hand, now more than ever, it's time to reflect both positives and negatives of media coverage and the ability to overcome and effectively resist this information flood. We witnessed the failure of the expert voice in the media and extensive spread of disinformation. And I hope that papers that we selected for this conference will help us to find a way how to navigate ourselves through the information flood all around us. And I'm extremely grateful to all our keynote speakers who decided to participate at our conference, since their names really resonate in their expertise. And I hope that we will fulfill all the expectations of technology agency of the Czech Republic, and we will come to effective conclusions. So thank you very much once again, and let's do the conference begin.
Thank you very much. I thank you, dear guests, for their opening remarks. And now I give the floor to Philip Lab, who is the chair of the morning part of our conference. Philip, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Václav. Welcome, everyone. I'm proud to be here and glad that I got this opportunity to be chairing the first morning panel, the first morning session. And I would like to welcome our first keynote speaker, who is Petr Ludwig. Petr Ludwig is a well-known and quite influential figure in the context not only of the Czech Republic, but global figure. You may know him as author of Deep Talks, or as a writer behind the global bestseller, The End of Procrastination. But regarding our topic today, the most important of all is that he's also behind the movement Masks for All, which helped fighting the pandemics on a global level and also for which he has been awarded. So, Petr, the floor is yours. We are looking forward for your keynote speech, Disinformation in the Time of COVID and Critical Thinking as a Defense.
So thank you so much, and thank you for having me. And my today's talk is about critical thinking and how we can use critical thinking in the era of COVID and in the era of misinformation. So thank you for the introduction. My name is Peter, and as it was mentioned, I wrote a book that is called The End of Procrastination. And the book now has around 20 translations. So, and when the book was published in the US, I moved there. So I live partially between New York and Prague. So, and it is very important to me to have those two views, because I can compare what kind of fake news were spread in the US and what kind of fake news were spread in the Czech Republic during the era of the pandemic. So it's very important to me to share those views, because I think that critical thinking is a key skill for 21st century. And the experience with COVID and with the pandemic showed us that it's a real problem and real issue. And we have to find a way how to solve this global pandemic, because we don't experience just the pandemic of COVID, we experience the pandemic of misinformation. So, and when COVID hit the earth, like one year ago, what we can find is kind of similar problems that we all experience around the world. Because now the world is very connected, so we have similar problems in Asia, in Europe, in America. And because we have all the same smartphones, we use the same social networks, so it's kind of a global problem. And we live in the era that is called post-truth. Post-truth society or post-truth era means that this kind of situation in which people are more likely to accept an argument based on their emotions and belief rather than based on facts and logic. So that's the main problem. And this word of post-truth was named as the word of year 2016 by Oxford Dictionary. And since then, it's getting worse. It's getting worse because we have data that people more and more share news on social media, and they take social media more and more as a relevant source of information. This is how it's changed in the last 7 years. You can see that social media is growing as a source of news, and people are consuming most news on their cell phones these days. So that's the trend of today's world. And the problem is that we are not just facing fake news. We have so many other big problems like climate change or growth of populism around the world, and of course, COVID. And I think that the underlying pattern under those big problems is lack of critical thinking, because lack of critical thinking is kind of meta skill. If we improve critical thinking, then we improve ability of us to solve all those big problems. So that's why I think that critical thinking should be a main focus for us. It should be an important subject at schools, and it should be a solution for future problems that we will be facing as a global civilization or global society. So, and what we kind of find is that last years are showing that populism is not a solution. And in the era of COVID, it is clear that countries with populist leadership were much worse in terms of deaths per million, and were much worse in the ability of solving the pandemics. So, and one of the main tools for populists are fake news and sharing misinformation. So it's connected. It's very connected. And if we want to solve fake news and misinformation, we have to also focus on how to solve populism as a global threat. Because unpleasant truths are not very popular. They are not that shared on social media. What is shared the most are comfortable lies. People want to share those stories that COVID will end in a few weeks. People want to believe that everything will be just fine. And for example, scientists that were telling people that it's a big threat or that we need to impose some measures were not that popular, and their stories were not the most shared. And I think that COVID is an experience that we as a global society had together. So I think that this should be a wake-up call for all of us, because now we see how many people died, how many people have some long-term health problems because they believed to some fake news. For example, that masks are not working against COVID, or they believe that COVID simply doesn't exist. Now we are in the era of vaccination, and there are so many fake news and misinformation about vaccination, and those misinformation are having a great influence on decision making on many. So this should be a wake-up call for all of us, and we should ask what we can do for the future. And World Economic Forum has a list of the biggest threats for mankind, and the rapid spread of misinformation online is one of top 10 since 2014. And again, I think that it's getting worse and worse, and COVID is a great example what can happen if we are not thinking about how algorithms are shaping our lives. So basically, BS, misinformation is everywhere, and the solution is science, understanding scientific method, understanding our cognitive biases, understanding how to make a good argument, and so on and so on. So this is a solution, and we can find a solution in many examples. I love this quote that is attributed to Bertrand Russell, a Nobel Prize winner, who said something like this: man caused the most suffering because he was convinced of things that turned to be untruth. So basically, if you look to the history, what you can find is that we did so many bad decisions based on false logic or based on facts that were untruth. So, and if you look at recent internet, what you can find is that internet is full of low quality information. You have almost infinite number of fake news, misinformation, or what we call BS. And you have so few good and high quality information that are evidence-based. And this is the problem, because this is like the solution is to help people to understand that evidence-based approach is the way, and help them to understand the scientific method and why science is the answer for many of big questions of tomorrow. So if you have a good critical thinking, then you can reach your goals kind of quickly. But if you don't have critical thinking, if you believe to some misinformation, then you do bad decisions in your life, and you can end in a very bad future. And I have some examples from recent world. For example, in the US, there is a kind of big group that believe that Earth is flat, and the number of those flat Earthers is growing. So, and why so? How can someone think that Earth is flat? Well, again, it's an example of cognitive bias that is called confirmation bias, because you can Google so many articles, so many information that prove that Earth is flat. And at the end, you can find people that they truly believe this. And the saddest example is this guy, Mike, who built his own rocket to prove that Earth is flat. And sadly, he killed himself during this attempt. And for me, this Mike is a symbol. He's a symbol of what it can be when we believe some problematic or untruth ideas. And we have this example also with COVID, because so many people, they believed something unproven, for example, like that COVID doesn't exist or face masks doesn't work. And at the end, they did similar decisions that endangered their lives. So, and in the era of COVID, you could find so many misinformation, like At the beginning, there were misinformation about that, about the fact that 5G network is causing COVID. And some people, they truly believe that. And what they did was that they were burning those 5G network antennas, and they were truly like fighting 5G because they thought that 5G is causing COVID. There is no connection. It was just the problem of correlation and causation, because in the era of COVID, number of 5G antennas was growing. And in that time, COVID was also growing. So it was not causation, it was just correlation. But those people, they probably had a false logic under this belief, and they truly believe that those antennas are killing people. So, and what we can find is that we have the same trends globally. For example, in the US, we use the word sheeply. It means someone who's like a sheep following following some group thing. And you can also find the word in Czech Republic. In Czech Republic, they call it ovčan. So it's just the translation of the word from the US. And now you can track those fake news, and you can find that those main fake news servers are just translating the main and the most successful news from the world. So basically, you can have a very successful fake news article in the US, and then in 2-3 days, you can find the same article just translated in different countries. And I have the example from the Czech Republic, and those were the most shared articles just before the second and very deadly wave of COVID in October. And basically, in top 8 articles, most of them are fake news or unproven claims, like Ms. Peková said that COVID will disappear until Christmas, didn't happen, or another fake news that WHO is telling people that COVID is a normal flu. It's not true again, but it was the second most shared article in Czech social media or internet. So this is the problem, because if those articles were the most shared articles, they probably were influenced on decision making of many. So basically, if someone believes that COVID will disappear till Christmas, or that COVID is a normal flu, or that face mask doesn't work, or that it's some kind of global conspiracy, then they wouldn't probably protect themselves that much. They weren't follow those measures against COVID, and probably they were in high risk of not just being infected, but probably they were even like in a higher chance of contagion the virus to others, for example, to their relatives. So this is the real problem, and we all experience that. We experience that very deeply here in Czech Republic, because in the second part of the year, we started as one of the best countries and ended as one of the worst countries. And I truly believe that those fake news and misinformation had an enormous impact on that. So BS is basically everywhere, not in just politics, not in just health, but almost everywhere. And I think that the main solution, how to fight those hoaxes, BS, and fake news, is to deploy critical thinking as a key skill, and a key skill for mankind, and key skill for the future. And we have some good examples. Like, again, World Economic Forum is doing a set of skills, 10 most important skills for the workplace. And it seems that critical thinking is growing as a key skill for our career too. So it's not just about doing better decision for ourselves, but better critical thinkers are better in their careers too. So it should be a main focus for us. It should be an important subject at schools. And we have a good example. The good example is Finland. Finland is fighting fake news in the classrooms. And the good news is that Finland put the whole curriculum online. So basically, we can just download the whole curriculum of critical thinking and deploy it in our classes too. And it seems that it works. Yeah, Finland is a top country in a media literacy index. So basically, for them, it's a prevention for fake news, but it's also part of the modern warfare. Because in the era of hybrid warfare, fake news and spreading misinformation is a key weapon, and we have to find a solution how we can defend ourselves. Because what we can find is that so many fake news you can track to some hostile governments, and you can find that for them it's a important weapon how to destabilize Western democracies. So Finland is a good example, and their way or their solution is a good example for other Western democracies. So the main idea behind this talk is that better critical thinking means better decisions, for example, about our health or about politics, and we can get to the better future. And the main enemy for us is what is called confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is one of the most important cognitive biases from all, and it works like this. Yeah, you have the world, and our brain works in the way that we have a tendency to just cherry pick or to grab information that reinforce our belief system. So basically our brain works in the way that we have some mental models, and mental models are our stored ideas about how the surroundings, how the world works. And confirmation bias is the tendency to just pick those parts or those information that just reinforce our mental models. And this is the main problem, because if you believe that COVID doesn't exist, or if you believe that face masks doesn't work, at the end you can find so many articles. You can find your even scientists, because there are so many scientists, and some of them are in the group of those conspirational theory believers. So you can find like medical doctor who believes that vaccination can cause autism. You can find a scientist that is engineer, and he can believe that Earth is flat. So the degree doesn't mean that you have truth. And confirmation bias is that you grab those information that reinforce your belief, and you take your opinion makers that reinforce your belief. So you can find that around the world, that those like anti-COVID or anti-masks movement, they had their leaders, and they have their bad science, they have their evidence, they have almost everything. So if you were in that bubble, and sometimes it's called echo chambers, you follow those people on social media, they are sharing those articles that reinforce your belief, and at the end you have a very divided society. So division in the society is the main problem of today's world, because those two divided groups are at the end almost unable to have a nice discussion. So this is how the world works, or this is how our brain works. Unfortunately, this is how the brain works. Sir, we are receiving information that conflicts with the core belief system. Well, get rid of it. And that's it. Yeah, this is why discussion is so almost impossible in recent Facebook. Yeah, I had so many discussions. I spent so many maybe thousands of hours trying to explain people that face mask is a very important protective measure. But it was almost impossible, because if someone had a belief that it doesn't work, he had so many evidence for himself. And at the end, it's very difficult to change someone's opinion because of confirmation bias. And at the end, the main risk for the future is what is called in-group bias. In-group bias is the situation when you have two divided groups. If you divide people among or between us and them, then we have scientific evidence that we don't feel empathy with others. We don't feel empathy with people from the second group. That's the problem. And what we can find is that the division in society is growing globally. So it's not just true for the US. There is a research that in last 2 decades, you can see that division between Democrats and Republicans is growing. And this gap is now between families. There are families that are unable to have nice conversation because parents are, for example, Republicans. Their kids that live in different cities are, for example, Democrats. And during Thanksgiving or during Christmas, you can feel the gap everywhere. And this gap is between people, this gap is between families, and this gap is between like us, and it's everywhere. It's in the Czech Republic, it's in the US, and it's a symbol of today's society. And I think that the main cause of this is algorithms. Our algorithms and Facebook and those big techs are like shaping our belief system a lot, because they are investing enormous number of money in their algorithms to just give you information then that you have very strong emotion with. So it means that my timeline is like personal tabloid. It's full of strong stories, and it's shaping my opinion. So it's very difficult to fight against, because we are we as individuals are very weak in that. I have another example. This is the difference between how vulnerable are those two sides, like liberals and people that are very liberal or people that are very conservative. You can find that there is a little difference, that you can find more fake news in very conservative people and less in very liberal people. In the middle, it's kind of similar. It's like V. But on the right side, you have much more fake news. And if you are divided in two groups, if you are divided into us and them, they made an amazing experience. They made an amazing study on fMRI, on a brain scan. And basically, they scanned the brain of people. And what they did was they did a pain to someone from their group, and then they made pain to someone from the other group. And what they can find is that we feel empathy with people from our groups, but we don't empathize with others. So at the end, it's easy if you have, for example, I don't know, two nations or two religions or two, basically two groups. It's very difficult to feel empathy for others. You can find this in the recent warfare in Israel. It's very difficult to find like empathy with others, because it's easy to like consider the other group as evil and us as the good guys. And if both parties have the same, at the end, it can lead to growth of problems and killing, and this is the problem, because it's embedded in our brains. And I have two very sad stories. For me, the main symbol of in-group bias is the story when Joe Cox was killed, and it was in the era of Brexit. She was one of against Brexit MP in the UK, and basically she had a meeting with her voters. It was lunch, and then a guy with a hat that there was written "Britain First," who was pro-Brexit, went there, and he shot her 3 times, and he stabbed her 3 times, and she was killed. And she was a mother of 3 kids. And this is a very sad example, because when they were doing a examination why he did that, he was under huge influence of fake news. So those people that are like sharing some hateful speech online, there is a risk that they will turn and they will do something in a real life too. So we should take this threat very seriously. So this is a very sad example, and Jill Cox is a symbol of what can happen when people believe into those misinformation. And another example was was in recent time when U.S. Capitol was attacked by those believers that there was a voter fraud. And again, it was based on the false logic. It was based on fake news, but they attack Capitol, and it's another big symbol of democracy. So what is the solution? Well, the solution is not to divide people between us and them. The solution is to find what unites us. So it's about asking ourselves, so how we can connect with others, because we are all global citizens and we are not that different. If you live in Asia, if you live in Europe or in America, what you can find is that we are not that different. We have same brains, we have very similar habits, we all use the same social networks, as I mentioned. And this should be a lesson for us, because I believe that if we don't find a way how we can connect, then we will be divided, and then we will be unable to solve the future problems. So we should find some universal values. We should find some universal values for the global mankind. And I think that the critical thinking should be one of those, because democratic debate is not a fight, but it's a common path in search for truth with mutual respect. Mutual respect and democratic debate and critical thinking are those values that can save the future generations and the future mankind. Because if not, we will be unable to solve climate change. We will be unable to solve future pandemics. We will be unable to solve risk of AI and whatever. So this should be a wake-up call again for us. And COVID was a beta version of what can happen if we are not focusing on that topic. And we have 2 kinds of mindset. Yeah? Sometimes we are warriors. We want to fight. We want to fight for the truth with capital T. But warrior mindset is not the mindset of critical thinker. We should switch our mindset into scout mindset. We should try to ask ourselves, like, what is the truth? What are those facts? And we should doubt ourselves, because I think that wisdom is about ability to always admit that you may be wrong, or that wisdom means knowing to say, I'm not sure, or I don't know, or I was wrong. So those are crucial values. So basically humbleness is the answer, because even though if you are 100% sure, you should let there, 5-10% of doubt. So never be 100% sure, be like 90% sure, but never more. And try to connect with the people from different groups, and first try to find things that can connect you, and then you can slowly then start to talk about those things that divide you. So basically, this is the end of my today's talk. So we need to have the courage to solve this problem. And I think that we can do that. We can solve this problem as Finland did. So, and COVID should be a wake-up call for us. And I love this quote from Edmund Burke, and it follows like this: the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. So we should not to procrastinate solving this issue. We should find a way how to deploy critical thinking as a defense against fake news or as a defense for democracy. Because if we change ourselves, if we help people to have better critical thinking, better rationality, and be able to overcome their cognitive biases, then they can change those groups that they are part of, and then we can slowly change the whole society. So this was my today's message: critical thinking as a solution for future problems. And thank you so much for having me, and take care. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Petr, for your inspirational talk. It was really interesting. And
thank you so much.
We already have first question from Sofia. If you believe that the raid to the Capitol would still happen if Trump didn't incite his supporters to do says it. Because in this case, we have the combination of fake news, but also call to action by head of the state with real life consequences.
Yeah,
which is good question.
Yeah, I think that even those leaders of that attack, like the leader of Proud Boys, he mentioned that he was under influence of Trump. And I think that there are so many evidence that the trigger was Donald Trump's speech. So I'm convinced that without Trump, or with his different approach, if he told them to stop at the beginning, he had that kind of influence. So he's the one that spread many fake news. He spread the fake news about the water fraud. At the beginning, he spread fake news even about COVID. So that's the example of what can happen if we have populist leadership, because now, like, we have so many evidence that at the beginning of the pandemic, Trump did so many bad decisions. He was basically postponing solving the problem till the end that it was bad, and it was unable to. We were unable to solve it. So this should be, again, wake-up call for us.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. There are no other questions from the audience, but I have a quick one. Mm-hmm. Because you are well known as a motivational speaker and changing people's habit regarding their usage of time and work and all of these things. And what you were aiming in your speech was that the critical thinking is the solution of our current situation, which I can't more than agree. But I see the main problem right now as people are lazy to think at all. And because they are flooded with the information, also that's the topic of our today's session here. How can we convince people to start to using their brain in useful way? Because that's something what we are fighting with also at the level of the university, but on the level of the society, it's much bigger challenge. So what would you recommend?
100% agree. I think that it's about courage. It's about courage to like not to follow the lazy crowd and have the courage to ask questions. And it starts with kids. It starts with curiosity. So we should find a way how to embrace curiosity in kids. So it starts with schools, it starts with teachers, and it starts with us as parents too. So curiosity, courage, and then this is a bottom-up approach. And then we have another approach, top-down, and we should focus also on that, because we need to force our politicians to change guidelines for Facebook and those big techs, because we have so many evidence that basically those platforms are helping to spread those fake news, because then they have more money from ads. So we should force not just the local governments, but even EU politicians to impose some new measures on Facebook or on Google or other platforms to fight fake news, because it's not against the freedom of speech. It's not a freedom of speech if you spread things that are untruth, that are causing harm to people. So we should find a balance between, for example, like embracing freedom of speech, but fight fake news. And I had a discussion with Věra Jourová with that she's vice president of EU. And she had an amazing idea that, for example, algorithms should be like free. We should know how Facebook works. They should give us those algorithms, and we should be able to understand how it works. And if we know how it works, then we can fight it. So this idea of free or open source or basically auditable algorithms, it can be one of those. But there are many ideas, but we should force politicians to do something, because for them, sometimes it helps them. And if you have a populist government, they don't want to fight fake news because fake news are helping them. So that was a case of probably even Donald Trump, yeah, because he was not favor in fighting fake news, because we have some kind of evidence that it helped him in 2016. So again, this is a new problem, and we should have the courage to find a solution for our kids and for the next generations.
Thank you. This was great conclusion of your speech. Now I can see why your book is the global bestseller. I'm definitely going to read it soon. And we were happy to have you. Thank you, Petr. And there is a big morning session ahead of us. So I would like to thank to Petr Ludwig for his keynote speech, and we can start with the first morning session.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Thank you, Petr. The first presenter is Thomas Siomos from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki with his paper Crisis Theory, Dislocation, Mourning, and the Recollection of Normativity. So, Thomas, the floor is yours. And I didn't say the practical information. We have 12 minutes for each of the presenter, and the discussion will be at the end of the whole panel. So first we do all the presentations, and then we have the discussion. Sorry, and Thomas, now it's definitely yours.
Hello to everyone. I think that we don't have any technical problem, and you can hear me clearly. Thank you from Thessaloniki. Thank you also, Peter, for the great presentation that warm up our conference. I will go to my presentation having the idea and also the need to clear up two definitions between what is populism and what is demagogue. For me, we don't have sometimes in the also in the science, also in the field of the research of populism, sometimes we don't have a clear definition for these two totally different phenomena, political phenomena. So the demagogue is the politician that very often is trying to be very close to what the people are thinking. But a populist, maybe it is something different, something broader, and sometimes to have different aims, different targets. While I clear up this thing, I'm going to my presentation. I'm going to share my PowerPoint. So in this paper, I'm trying to compare the economic crisis, the so-called Greek case that was unfolded from 2010 to 2015 in Greece, with the late pandemic crisis that was unfold the last year from the winter of 2020, from 2020 till, and is unfolding still now. And I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna give emphasis in three notions: dislocation, mourning, and the recollection of normativity, and maybe this is going also to normality. I want, as an introduction, to say that my theoretical background is based on what we can call the so-called Essex discourse theory, where we are believing that all the political and societal phenomena, everything that is happening in the social field is a construction of the discourse. But the discourse, it does not refer merely to words and ideas. It is not only the speech, what we are writing, or what the verbal sources, or what we are saying, but also the term discourse denotes a system of meaningful practices that form identities and subjects and objects. The most important here is the subjectivities, even they are individual or they are collective, they are full of emotions, they are affective. And this affection aspect of the social field is very important for the phenomena that we are trying to deal with them and to investigate them and to gain some knowledge or some explanations. Also, one important thing that we are trying to do using this methodological frame is to separate the politics of the political. I'm coming from political science. I've been 13 years journalist. I'm trying to bridge these two areas, two fields of investigation, the journalism and the political communication, the politics. And in order to arrange the phenomena and to access them, to have access them and to understand them in order to express my opinion, or a theory, I have to separate what is politics and what is political. So the political is referring to the idea of antagonism. Antagonism is in the core element of the politics, and is a core element of democracy, the liberal Western democracy that we are experience for centuries now. And politics are focusing, are emphasizing in the practices and the institutions that organizing the subjects in the context of this competitive environment. So the otherness, the contrariness, the antagonism, it is an element of this kind of struggles. So when we are approaching phenomena like polarization, I heard before the polarization that here, that nowadays it's more clear than other eras, then we have to have in our mind this kind of phenomenon, the phenomenon of antagonism, that it is core in the social field. So what is important in order to understanding what happens in social field, according to my theoretical approach, it is to study the mediatization. Mediatization is the study of the language in which hegemony is articulated. This language is the language of media. And mediatization, again, it is not just the reportage or the audiovisual products of the informative audiovisual products or the websites. It is all this process that the real life is becoming a story, a narrative. The media, they are bridging these two spheres, the real life with the narration of what, of a reality of what the real life could be. And in order to approach the crisis, first in the Greek case, that it was a part of my PhD, and now the pandemic, I adapt two approaches. The one is the psychoanalytical approach, where I had a hypothesis where every time we have a crisis, we have the missing of the object of love, the objective idea about love, when the meaning of love, of care, of trust, it is unconditioned, like the love our mother and everyone is giving. So sometimes we are thinking that also our politicians or our states, they must give to us this kind of care, this kind of objective love. So the object of love, it is more something like a symbolic gift. And when we are missing this gift, we have some kind of phenomena that we will shed light later. Also, I am approaching the Gramscian approach. I'm adopting the Gramscian approach, where Gramsci said, and this very interesting quote for me says a lot, crisis is the decisive state, is a moment when the old is dying, the old self of us is dying, but the new cannot get born. We don't know how it will be after the pandemic, for example. It was the same in the Greek crisis. The old self of any individual and collective level was dying while the crisis was unfolding, but we didn't know what will be and how we're gonna go out of this kind of crisis state. Also crisis, we don't have to forget that etymologically had two different traditions. One is the legal. Crisis is a decision of a court, for example. This is the legal meaning for crisis. And also it is a medical tradition where crisis is the decisive act of a doctor in order to save his patient. So after my research, my PhD research on the mediatization and of the narration of Greek crisis and the role of the media, I set up a crisis theory that I'm presenting to you as a beginning, for the beginning of the conference, where I have four elements. One is always the trigger point, that it is a trigger point, it is a very critical moment where the old notion about what is the reality and normality is ending, and we are entering in a new era. It's the crisis era. It happens with one in China, and every country had the number one, let's say, patient of the COVID, and then all the country entered to a totally new era. When we are entering, after the trigger point, to this crisis era, we have a massive dislocation of the meaning. Anything we knew in the past, now it is a matter of rediscussion, of reimagining, of redefinition. For example, the human right of free moving. Because of the COVID and pandemic era, we had to rethink about how free can be our moves in order to help and to show our social and individual responsibility. When these two first stages, they are appearing, we have a notion of a symbolic death and the object of love, the objectivity of love, of the states, of the decision makers, of the people that we voted for them, is missing. And then we are getting into another state of mind, that is the mourning. So going to the psychoanalytical and psychotherapeutical research on mourning, the mourning has 7 stages, but I group them. I have 3 clusters of these stages. The first stage, it is a stage where you are stuck. You are not moving. You are shocked. You are denying what is happening. You have a great disbelief and you are wondering all the time, and you are questioning everything they are saying to you. You have a numbed feeling, a stuck feeling. You feel pain and guilt in the same way. And this phase is followed by a phase where you are anger, you have an anger, you are bargaining, you are going out to the streets, you are trying not to believe, you are trying to research and find an alternative to what is happening, and you are getting into a depression. you have to deal again with the meaning of life. Why to go out of my home? Why to go to my work? Why to work via Zoom? Why to do this or why to do that? So the psychology says that the last stages of a mourning is the upward turn. Sometime you reconstruction and you are building a new notion, a new idea about your life. You accept what is happening. You fill yourself and your mind with hope, and you are going out to live again and to forget what happened. But here, this is going and can be a choreography. The first act is a master idea of a universal frustration, which is equal to the symbolic death, as we said. The second act of this choreography is a variety of explanation about the why of the crisis. And that's up with the third act, when you have a dichotomy of the social field. We had this kind of phenomenon in the Greek economic crisis, a dichotomy of the social field, and you have to choose which explanation, which of the two paths of two polars you will trust in order to handle this kind of crisis. This is one of the points where the two crises, they are sharing a difference. In the pandemic crisis, we didn't have such a dichotomy, but we have only alternative voice to the crisis management. So, and what ends up of this scheme? It ends up with a post-crisis pseudo-dilemma. We have to escape of the radical contingency of all these possible bad and negative thoughts that they were into our minds all the time when the crisis was unfolding. And we have to shift back or to return to the normality or to accessing a new normality. And here there's a misunderstanding between normality and normativity, and maybe we will discuss and elaborate more this kind of misunderstanding. So we have, for example, quotes like this in the streets of the cities. This is coming from Chile. No volveremos a la normalidad porque la normalidad era el problema. We don't want to go back to the normality because the normality is the problem. Or here we have graffiti, sorry for the word, but it is for the picturing of this kind of feeling when this dilemma, it is presenting in front of your eyes, and you have to choose if you want to return. But if you choose to return to the normality or to build a new normality, a new notion about normality, new normativity, there is always a lack. Something was missing. You miss your old reality, your old truth. So here is coming the scheme of the broken glass. Never be the same, a broken glass. Always something will remind this symbolic loss. The remembrance and the recollection of the crisis will be source of insecurity and fear. So points of interest in order to finish.
Sorry, Thomas, to interrupt you. We just should be heading slowly to the end. We are overlapping already.
Okay. May I have half a minute?
Of course.
Okay, I'm presenting the points of interest because I was already in the end of it. It was my last slide. So the points of interest in this kind of comparison, they are the following. In the pandemic crisis, we had the trust to scientific discourse, that it was very increased and massive. VS the trust to the political discourse when we have the dichotomy, the political actors, the politicians, they didn't gain this kind of trust. Also, another point of interest that the pandemic crisis was global and universal, and also through the generations and through the nations and through the ages and the genders, but the economic crisis, it was more local, it was nationalized, and has an exceptional element. Another difference that they are sharing the two crises is that the health is the issue of health is a real reality, but the economy is a virtual reality, and we can elaborate more in this point later in our discussion. Also, another interesting point is that in the pandemic crisis, we had the equality against the death, because the death was what we are afraid of. And in the economic crisis, we had an equality against the economical crisis. Very interesting point. In the both of the cases, we had the protection of the weak and the sense of responsibility, individually and socially. We have also, and here we have the appearance of the political economy of vaccine production, vaccinations, the political economy of science, research, and that delivered by country. So the vaccination had the notion or the form formatted as a liberator, but in the economic crisis we had only austerity and reforms that they didn't liberate anyone of us. We had an interesting point in this field with the nationalistic aspect of the vaccines, that the countries, even the crisis was global and universal, trying to save themselves, and were running to save themselves in brackets, themselves, their people. And also we had the rise of conspiracy. So this is the World Press photo of the year 2021, the photo that it is concluding and is picturing what the COVID crisis was. And these are some photos that they tried to picturing the Greek crisis. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Thomas. Perfect, for your perfect presentation. And I would like to welcome here the team from our faculty, which is led by the Alice Němcová-Tejkalová, our dean, and Veronika Macková and Victoria Nainova, our dear colleagues from the faculty as well. So, ladies, the floor is yours. We have 12 minutes.
Thank you very much, Philip. We will do the best to fit into the schedule, and we prepared a kind of choreography, so we will changing the chairs, but still we think and we hope that we will be in time. So let me share the screen with you. I hope that you see our presentation, and we will start here at the beginning. So let me present you our paper that is called On the Wave of Fear, Negativity and Disinformation. My name is Alice Němcová-Tejkalová, this is Veronika Macková, and there's Victoria Nainova. And just to briefly introduce our paper, this paper presents results of the analysis of 2 disinformation websites and their communication on Facebook. There are 2 slightly different approaches of Czech disinformation websites. One of them could be called a bit old school or old-fashioned. That's the example of Protiproud, Counterstream. And the other one is a new one that started its broadcasting, I would say, because there are many videos with pandemics of COVID-19. It's Open Your Mind, or Otevři svou mysl in Czech. We are a part of a project, AI communication platform, suppressing an infodemic in connection with the journalistic and media ethics, and we are responsible for a part of the package that is focused on media analysis. The disinformation websites can be used as a tool for many people who want to spread information that is not correctly meant. So unverified information on social networks spread very quickly, and health disinformation doesn't refer to medical professionals or doesn't put professional statements into the context, but contrary to that, they simply put the professional statements out of context. It is not something new, as you can see. Southwell published it in 2019. On the other hand, it rapidly started to change and accelerate, I would say, with COVID-19 pandemics. Social media easily use visual material, which draws, of course, more attention, especially with those brand new websites that use really clear and clean graphic. And this post is then more likely to be circulated when it is accompanied with a video or with a nice picture. It is also not anything new, but it again accelerated with the situation around COVID-19 pandemics. Our methodology was qualitative, or our method was a qualitative content analysis. We went through the posts at those two Facebook pages of Protiproud and also Otevři svou mysl, Counterstream and Open Your Mind, within the time period from December the 1st, 2020 to 20th March 2021. Our main research question was, how can disinformation websites be identified on social networks? And we went to several result findings that Victoria is going partially to present to you.
So, hello everybody once again. Okay, so now let me tell you something about posts format of those disinformation websites, web pages of on Facebook. There are significant differences in their communication. On the one side of this slide, you can see screenshots of Facebook page Counterstream. They use very informal language and urgent form of communication. Also, they use stereotype image collages. This, as my colleague mentioned before, this is this old-fashioned type of disinformation web. On the other side, there is I would say, progressive type of disinformation web that is Open Your Mind with its post on Facebook page. As you can notice, the visuals are very different. They don't use those collages, image collages. They actually use screenshots of actual videos, which looks more credible, and initial claims appear as scientifically supported and not misleading at all. This visual and language impression are more convincing than in the case of Counterstream web. But in both cases, posts are trying to evoke feeling of danger and fear. And Facebook is actually trying to prevent the disinformation spread and alerts the readers if the content of this page or more pages and posts are not trustworthy. So the Open Your Mind admin's reaction to this is renaming the content not to be censored by Facebook and marked as misleading. He also shares account to other platforms, the admin, so the fans won't lose touch. So he acts as a hero against this evil social network. And yeah, so here about ideological propaganda. Open Your Mind shares in more sophisticated way the conspiracy theory that Bill Gates, together with other chosen ones, rule the world. Bill Gates is a main topic of this short series, The Fall of the Cabal, by journalist Janet Ozobart, where she explains how Bill Gates is behind the COVID-19 pandemic because he has an interest in pharmaceuticals companies and wants to regulate world population by vaccination. Open Your Mind also shares videos of American YouTuber JP Sears about the big reset, which is supposed to be, according to him, a process when people end up without any property by 2030. Those people will be financially dependent on government, which is already dependent on super rich people or financed by super rich people. And we also noticed sectarian principles and savior ambition are significant in this case. Both websites are also trying to evoke paranoid ideas in their audience that behind everything is this big conspiracy of those chosen ones I mentioned before, and the only way to help each other and to, how to say it, to figure out what is it, is by this information platform under the guidance of their guru, which is supposed to be the admin and of this platform, of the websites. To evoke the feeling of danger and fear, CounterStream often uses an element of military propaganda focused on dehumanization of the enemy, often with a racist undertone, as you can see on the third screenshot. So now I would like to give a word to our colleague, Veronika Macková.
So, and I'm going to continue with followers. So who are the commenting followers? They often do not have a real photo on their profile and also do not have any publicly available personal information. Commenting followers have sometimes as a profile picture some animals, flowers, or positive pictures. And these photos evoke a feeling of well-being. So, which is the exact opposite of hateful and radical content shared on these profiles. They also declare affiliation to smaller communities and refer to the school of hard knock-like education. Women often share positive contributions such as cute animals or culinary skills, and on the other hand, men are engaged in motorcycles, cars, and also military, etc. But both of women and men are also shared ideologically related content or directly posts and links from these website or Facebook pages. Some people try to prevent the spread of disinformation and point to missing sources or a small amount of information. However, there is no positive response to these attempts. On the contrary, it has the opposite effect. Disinformation will reach a wider audience because more people will read this kind of posts. In our analysis, we focused on two different communication platforms that disseminate disinformation contribution that evoke feelings of fear. Disinformation websites have a long tradition and only the topics changing in the time. New disinformation websites are also being created, which do not have such a long tradition, and they are often monothematically focused on, for example, in these days, about the coronavirus and so on. So this is an example of Open Your Mind. This website uses formal forms of communication. The visual and the linguistic impression of the site is very convincing. For example, disinformation website with a longer tradition use collages and the design looks very unprofessional. The sectarian principles of the community around similar platforms are well recognized. Similar elements of communication are also used by disinformation websites around the world. So it isn't only in the Czech Republic. Opponents of these Facebook page are often associated with totalitarian propaganda. Commenting followers also often use elements of war propaganda aimed at dehumanization of the enemy, often with the racist context. If we focus on commenting followers, then they are different types of people.
we do not have much information about them, but in their post, they often refer to common sense, and they also despite knowledge and education. So that's it. Thank you for your attention, and we are looking forward to your question in the end of the panel.
Thank you, Victoria, Veronika, and Alice for interesting presentation. And now we can keep going with the presentation by Ivan Vodochodsky from the Newton Media with the title of his paper, Quantitative Media Analysis and COVID-19, Myths, Facts, and about Coronavirus Vaccination. So, Ivan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello to everyone. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, we can see you. Everything's perfect.
Great. Thank you. I'm going to present to you some empirical results of a large-scale quantitative analysis that we conducted on data from Czech media outputs about COVID-19 vaccination and vaccines. As you already know, according to most experts, vaccination is the only effective remedy against the COVID-19 global pandemic. The development of vaccines against this disease has therefore been the focus of the world public almost since the beginning. And however, it was not until the end of the year 2020 that vaccines began to reach the first recipients of the Czech public and its most vulnerable groups. The publicity of vaccination then started to reach, and the period of our observation from December of the last year to the end of March of this year, it traced almost I think, sorry, I have skipped my presentation several times. I will tell you more later. At this time of these 4 months, the Czech media published tens of thousands of articles that addressed vaccines and vaccinations. And there were almost 55,000 of those nationwide titles monitored by Newton Media about this topic. In addition to sorting relevant stories from this great amount of data, we decided also to put some qualitative parameters into our analysis, which are the tonality of mentions about selected vaccines. We have selected 5 main mostly discussed types of vaccines, which are Pfizer-BioNTech, Moderna, AstraZeneca, Sputnik, and Johnson & Johnson. And what did we find about the vaccination and vaccines discourse in our analysis? We found out that between the December and March, the monthly publicity of COVID-19 vaccines almost tripled. I will show you the chart that will show this massive increase, and you can see it here. I will spread the window, I hope. Okay, so this is the chart, and it shows you the red color shows you the whole amount of the monthly articles about vaccination, and the blue part is the articles about vaccines, about the selected vaccines only. So you can see that in December there was almost 2,000 of articles about the vaccines, and in March it was almost 7,000 articles. So the media interest was rising very quickly and very intensively. But what was of great interest for us was the activity of so-called disinformation websites, which are the same that my colleagues from the faculty talked about in their previous paper. I can show you. This is the list of the disinformation websites that we had in our analysis, and you can see that the most active ones were Parlamentní listy CZ and CZ Sputnik News.com, which accounted for almost 3/5 of the total. And another interesting thing is that the disinformation websites in whole had 15% share of the total media coverage of vaccines. That means that it was the second to third, together with the public service media, which had almost the same share. The second most active media group in informing about the vaccines. And the specific interesting things that we found out about the disinformation website will be visible on the another slide, where you can see all the differences between the media image of vaccines presented by the monitored media as a whole, which is the chart on the left side, and the media image of vaccines that you can see on the right side, taken from the disinformation web pages solely. You can see also big differences in the coverage of specific vaccine types or vaccine brands. For example, there is very much 2 times bigger coverage of the Russian Sputnik V vaccine than in disinformation web pages than in the media as a whole. You can see the blue color of the share. And specifically, if you look at the charts on the higher part of this slide, you can see that disinformation sites paid above average attention to Sputnik V vaccine, because there was yeah, that's what I was talking about. 30% of disinformation mentions about the vaccines were focused on Sputnik. On the opposite, only 15% of the mentions in the media as a whole was Sputnik oriented. The second difference is that disinformation sites reported the Sputnik the vaccine significantly more favorably than the monitored media as a whole. You can see that there are not almost any negative or ambivalent mentions about Sputnik in disinformation web pages. Only 12 ambivalent. And on the opposite, in media as a whole, there was 196 negative and almost 1,000 ambivalent mentions about. 34 negative and 175 ambivalent mentions about Sputnik. So the difference is really huge, and it's the same when you look at the positive tonality. With Sputnik, Sputnik's 175 positive mentions in disinformation web pages. That is very big part of it's 40% of entire positive tonality of Sputnik in media as a whole. So most part of the big part, very significant part of positive tonality of Sputnik was made by the disinformation web pages. And we can see similar differences on the other side. For example, out of 159 negative mentions about Pfizer-BioNTech, 107 was made by disinformation web pages, which is 2/3 almost. This is the biggest difference. And you can see another such differences in reporting about all the other vaccines as well. For example, there is very small amount of positive tonality about Pfizer-BioNTech in disinformation web pages when you compare it with the overall positive tonality of Pfizer-BioNTech in the main media as a whole. There was more than 800 positive remarks about Pfizer-BioNTech, but only 40 of them was made by disinformation web pages. So what is the result of such two very different media images of vaccines? One in media as a whole and one in the disinformation web pages. There are two very, very different images of vaccines. And the first one in the media as a whole is that most of the vaccines, all the vaccines that are approved for use by the European Union authorities are safe and have positive impact on the handling with the pandemic. And on the other side, the image presented by the disinformation web pages that the approved vaccines have some negative side effects that are not so safe that we are told by the authorities. And on the other hand, that there is some vaccine from Russia, which is not as bad as they tell us, that it should be approved for use in Czech Republic, etc., etc. What's important to say is also that this second image of vaccines made by the disinformation web pages has not really impact on Czech public that can be overseen. It's very important part of the media image because, as we found out during our analysis, the outputs from the disinformation web pages reached almost 1,500 GRP points, which is a metric that tells us how big reach the outputs have on the population of our country. It means that when we translate it into some better understandable language, it can be said that every citizen, every inhabitant of Czech Republic older than 15 years could possibly be exposed, or hypothetically could read 15 of such articles in disinformation web pages during the period since December to March. So the possible impact of such disinformations that are spreaded by the disinformation web pages is very high, and the image of the vaccination presented by disinformation web pages was very different to the overall image of vaccination that was presented by the media as a whole during that period. So thank you very much for listening, and I'm looking forward for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan, for your interesting presentation. And we are now heading to the last paper of the morning panel by Anup Kamur from the Department of Culture and Media Studies of Central University of Rajasthan. And the paper is called Navigating Through COVID-19 Infodemic and Disinfodemic, Surviving with the Help of Fact-Checking, MIL Approach and Technology-Based Solutions. So, Anup, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you and we can see your photograph. So,
okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Anup Kumar. I'm assistant professor here at the Department of Culture and Media Studies, Central University of Rajasthan, India. Let me share my presentation. Okay, I will be discussing about the navigating the infodemic and disinfodemic, and how we can survive with the help of fact-checking, MIL, and technology-based solutions. So, as we know that this 2019 coronavirus disease, COVID-19, has posed critical threats to the public health and the well-being of the citizens across nations. It has been challenging for the governments, public health agencies, and all the stakeholders to deal with the problem. Now, alongside the coronavirus disease, now the flood of fake news around COVID-19, it has further worsened the situation. Now, the flood of fake news on COVID-19 is a major challenge because what it does, it makes it hard and difficult for the citizens to get verified information, adopt appropriate healthy behavior, and make informed decision. Now, this infodemic has been recognized as a global public health crisis. And soon after, the WHO has launched a new platform called EPI WIN to fight the infodemic around COVID-19. So by creating confusion and uncertainty about vital information that is needed to deal with different aspects of this pandemic. Now, the infodemic, what it does, it actually undermines the global response to public health crisis. Now, it is against the backdrop of the dangers of the fake news pertaining to COVID-19 pandemic. Now, this paper attempts to provide the synthesis of scholarly literature. So as we have this question comes many times, what is fake news? So I will not go into the detailed discussion, but I will briefly discuss about the. So here the important thing about the fake news is the degree of facticity or the falsehood and the intentionality to harm someone. These are two key factors when it comes to defining and classifying the fake news. And the same is with this classification of fake news by Wardle and their action, that is the misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. So the moment I'm using the fake news, actually here we are referring to two popular notions, that is the misinformation and disinformation. So this is the graph, and this makes make the things here clear. So as the topic is the infodemic and disinfodemic. So here infodemic is basically like it's a blend of information and epidemic, and it's a situation where we have the flood of information that will also contain the misinformation, rumors, etc. And it will be difficult for people to access reliable information from authentic sources and do things accordingly. So infodemic is basically, it can be defined as the contagious disease that actually infect our information culture here. So as this is a very famous statement by the WHO Director General, that we are not just fighting an epidemic, we are fighting an infodemic. So this shows the severity of the problem. It's now a major challenge, because what it does here, because if we do not have access to reliable information, it becomes a matter of life and death in that case. So that is why it's a very, very serious problem here. And that is why we are discussing the topic. So now with this infodemic, with respect to the COVID-19 here, the architect of the WHO's strategy to contain the infodemic, tells the Lancet journal that what is special about this particular situation, that here now we have the social media, and that provides the fertile ground, or we can say that provide the digital infrastructure for the rapid spread of the fake news. And so with the social media networks now and the like virus here, now the information travels faster and faster and further. So here now the challenge is not only to make sure that people are informed, but also that people are informed to act properly, because they are going to adopt certain behavior. And if it is a risky one, if it is a fatal one, then it is going to be detrimental to their health. So that is why making sure that everyone has access to reliable information is very, very essential in this difficult time here. So again, it is based on the infodemic concept. We have another keyword here, or we can say the technical word, that is called the disinfodemic. So there came a policy brief from the UNESCO that discusses about the disinfodemic. So disinfodemic is basically here, it's more concerned about the deadly or dangerous or negative or harmful impacts of the fake news related to COVID-19. So this policy brief says that it is not the intention that actually demarcate the misinformation from disinformation. It's not intention, rather the effect that is more important here, because here it's like it's more dangerous and deadly. So the fake news on COVID-19 is deadlier than any other topic. The fake news on any other topic, because it results in the risky and fatal health behavior. So as we can say that it's a more toxic and more deadly than disinformation about any other subject. So here we will be discussing about, so infodemic is basically having the flood of both kind of information, misinformation and rumors, all those type of things. But the moment we use the term disinfodemic, that means here it's a more serious in nature here. So as we can say, the flood of misinformation and disinformation around COVID-19. So here we have a report from the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism by Brennan and others. So here we can say that, if we classify the fake news, they were actually concerned with the public authority action, and the percentage is given here, the community spread. So this is the kind of theme of misinformation and disinformation when this paper, when the research was conducted. And here we have another this policy brief, and they have identified 9 themes related to the COVID-19 disinfodemic. So that deal with the origin and spread of the virus and different other aspects here. So now, because we have discussed about the infodemic, the dangers of the infodemic and disinfodemic, now it's very essential that we discuss about it's very necessary to combat the infodemic and disinfodemic. So I'll read again one statement from that particular policy brief, UNESCO policy brief, and that says that access to reliable and accurate information is critical at the best of time. But during a crisis such as the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, it can be a matter of life and death. So again here, if you see the information, I mean, having access to quality information is necessary for good health and well-being of the citizens here. So this policy brief again says that fighting fake news and ensuring easy access to quality information is crucial for achieving UN Sustainable Development Goal 16.10, that is the public access to information and fundamental freedoms. And again, this SDG target is also fundamental to achieve other development goals, and most importantly and specifically SDG 3, that is the good health and well-being. So these are some of the reasons why we need to fight, we need to combat the disinfodemic and infodemic, and we need to provide, we need to keep our information culture or information environment or ecosystem safe. So here we are going to discuss some of the preventive measures that actually help us as a citizen to navigate this particular ecosystem and get having access to the reliable information. So first, what I was discussing about the fact-checking, fact checkers, or the ecosystem of the fact-checking organizations here. So who are the fact checkers here? Basically, the fact checkers, they counter the lies and the deception, and they promote truth in the public life here. So this is the definition. I will not go into that one. And here we have the models of the fact checkers. So a newsroom model, that means they are, they are actually, they're working within the existing newsrooms, or maybe we can say the legacy organizations. And then we have NGO model. NGO means kind of independent one. So now there is a growing breed of fact checkers. So as there is one study, if you see a report from Brennan, so in response to surge in misinformation about COVID-19, there has been corresponding growth in fact checks as well. So this is another, just for information purpose, like Duke Reporters Lab that maintains the database. So we have almost 306 active fact-checking sites. So similarly, we have another IFC and this Code of Principle, that website, and they have 88 verified signatories. So this is a kind of growing ecosystem. And now most important thing, how they are going to actually help us in navigating through this infodemic and disinfodemic. So basically, they can help us sort false from true material and accurate from misleading claims. And here, the fact checkers, they help the citizen in making informed decisions, and then they actually save us from the online manipulation and deception. And another important thing is, like, they prepare their reporters or stories, and their stories are based on science-driven narratives. They actually take inputs from the scientific experts and institutions. So in a way, they purify our media landscape, which is polluted with fake news on COVID-19. And they help us as a citizen in making sense of the pandemic and choosing COVID appropriate behavior. Then again, very important thing, and that has already also been discussed, that is the literacy. So what I have used here, media and information literacy, that is actually what I see that the strongest defense against the fake news for the citizens. So here, educating the citizen could effectively help in fighting the menace of fake news. So literacy is considered as the proper vaccine against the infodemic. So here, literacy is actually going to help us navigate through these things, because once we are aware about things, once we are here, the target is to make us the critical consumer of the news and information. So we have to be, in our day-to-day life, we have to be the researchers and scientists in respect to consuming the information. We have to be, as a citizen, we have to be very mindful or very careful of what kind of information we are actually consuming. We have to be mindful of the sources where actually we are getting the news from. So here, information professionals, public libraries, educators, NGOs, and many other organizations and governments, they are actually playing crucial role, and they're making people media and information literate. So this is just some of the basic definitions here of what is media literacy and information literacy. And so MIL approach, actually UNESCO is also advocating media and information literacy approach as an effective strategy in its fight against misinformation. So when I'm discussing about the literacy, yeah, I mean, mentioning this, I mean, we cannot forget about this particular organization, that is the European Association for Viewers' Interest. This non-profit organization is actually, it has prepared the infographics in different languages, explaining different types of misleading news or fake news. And it has also undertaken various other activities on media literacy for citizenship. So this is one screenshot from that particular website. So this is a great initiative with respect to the media literacy. And again, the last preventive measure that I am discussing here, that is the technology-based solutions, and most importantly, it is the artificial intelligence here. So artificial intelligence approaches or other techniques that come under the artificial intelligence, they can significantly help us in various ways. So most importantly, AI can be deployed to identify and classify the news. So whatever we have the large amount of, millions of news related to COVID-19. So the AI system, they can actually help us in identifying and detecting the fake news. So these authors, they deployed the artificial intelligence to identify and classify the fake news on Twitter platform pertaining to COVID-19 in Moroccan context. So the model that was developed by these authors was able to detect fake news with a greater level of accuracy, almost more than 80% of accuracy. Another group of authors, they also suggest that the deployment of AI could prove to be promising in automatically classifying a piece of information as fake news out of millions of news items. So another important contribution of AI could be with respect to the social bots here. So they are the non-human and automated accounts. They actually play a vital role in creation and rapid spread of fake news. So AI can be used. The social networks, they can train their platforms and they can deploy this technique. And so their system can automatically detect the automated accounts on their social network so that they can take appropriate actions, they can take it down or whatever it is. So it's already been taken, it's being, the popular social networking sites, they are adopting these tools and techniques here. And again, as we can say, the Facebook AI system, there is a system for detecting and stopping the spread of fake news. So they have one image indexing and matching system that's powered by AI and that detects the identical fake images. And so with the help of AI, Facebook scaled down the fake content on its platform and further adds warning labels, which stop almost 95% users from clicking on it. So it's helping here. Now, and again, as AI is there, artificial intelligence can help us in identifying and detecting the fake news or fake website or fake content at an early stage. And it can also help us in identifying the social bots. Another important contribution of AI could be, among others, it could be in respect to the public health communication. It can be used to educate and inform people. So there is one study by Ahuja and others, and this suggests that AI can be, its power can be harnessed in 4 key areas, that is the drug discovery, development of vaccine, public health communication, and integrative medicine. So here we are concerned about the public health communication. So this study, they have recommended that AI powered and government approved chatbots, they could be deployed to provide credible and authentic news to users on social media services such as Facebook Messenger. So I will read this statement from this study, that if the creation of chatbots that can be widely disseminated to educate masses of people across the globe, can reduce panic and markedly curtail the spread of false information regarding COVID-19. So these chatbots would help in dissemination of valid information or reliable information, and combating the fake news related to COVID-19 on social media services. So when we are discussing about the infodemic and disinfodemic, it is very important to understand that as social media platforms, or as a citizen, or as a government, we have to make sure that there should be no information vacuum. I mean, vacuum of credible information. If we leave the platform as it is, then there is going to, the bad actors, they are going to come there, and they will actually they will inundate the whole space with the fake content. So we have to actively respond. We have to resist. We have to counter the fake news, and at the same time we have to saturate the information environment or landscape with credible information. So here we can use the AI in different ways, and there are many other ways we can use the artificial intelligence. So now conclusion, I mean, I have discussed this much thing. So to conclude, now these preventive measures that we have discussed, namely the fact checks, literacy initiatives, and AI-powered upgrading of social media platforms, they are actually now playing crucial role in detection and deterrence of fake news around COVID-19. So these measures are helping the citizens in identifying the fake news and accessing the valid information from authentic sources for adoption of COVID-19 appropriate behaviors and other necessary actions. Yeah, thank you very much. So this is the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Anup. It was our last presentation from this morning, so now we have time for some questions to our presenters, and I already see first question in our chat, so please feel free to ask directly or write your questions to the chat. So Alice is asking Thomas if they were wondering how Greek visual media coverage differed from the worldwide, if there was any kind of difference. So, Thomas.
I just want to clarify which coverage, the coverage of economic crisis or of the infodemic crisis?
Infodemic, and especially COVID, please.
Yeah, so the patterns, and when we are saying visual media, you mean the traditional audiovisual media, television, and the radio station.
You mean also the photos, because you showed the photos and pictures, so we were wondering about also the traditional print media, and of course online, and the photos. Sorry.
Yes, here in Greece, because we experienced this crisis period, and to be honest, maybe I put the years 2010 to 2015 or 16, the results of the crisis, of the economic crisis, the austerity, and the repression and depression of the people was going until nowadays, and is going until nowadays, is also present. So in additional, in this kind of post-crisis depression and the acceptance of what happened for a decade in Greece, we had another crisis. In the first coverage, especially in television, when we had a dramatization of the news and of the events, we had several times the correlation between the two crises, and also some worries for the protection of the weak, of the people that get out, become outsiders, or they lose their safe protection, social security, and all these things, and how they're going to be protected in this new era of uncertainty because of the coronavirus. The main element here is the affective element. A lot of sentiments and a lot of actions and a lot of frustration and mourning. The optimism, it was something that it was missing. And if you are covering such, if you are manage the crisis during such sentiments, then the people they are following is a dictation of feelings that they are depressed and pessimistic feelings. It's a very crucial, to finish my answer, a very crucial point in this question is the point that the government took a very, let's say, discussed direction in the info management of the crisis. They gave 20 million euros to several media without well-known criteria. And for at least 9 months, where all the journalists and all the people, they were demanding the criteria and the list of the media, we didn't know which were these media and what was the criteria. Finally, we learned it in the end of the summer of 2020, and we see there that it wasn't something very objective, the selection of the media and the selection of the amounts of the money and the selection also of the media, which one can handle this kind of crisis. So it was a first entry of a disbelief. It was the first time after the summer of 2000, until the summer of 2002, as maybe you know, Greece has the best performance in COVID, against COVID, from the 27 of European Union countries. After this kind of bad decision of the government, everything changed. The people, they start thinking that the reality that they were communicating by the media, that they were paid in order to inform us, and not they didn't pay it because it was their goal or their aim or their core element. Then the people, they start rethinking about what they are saying about info, and the conspiracy theories, the anti-vaccination movement get into the agenda, into the frame. And now we have one of the worst performance among the European unions. And I think this is very crucial. I mean, the way that the media, they communicate the crisis, in the last crisis, it wasn't so stable. It wasn't the same with the economic crisis. I don't know if I covered your question, but I don't know if, because we are a multinational audience, if in other countries the government paid the media, the national or renew, to just do their job. I mean, they were doing their job. They didn't do nothing to inform people. It was there was such paradigm, such example. The same with Greek. If someone want to inform, it will be very interesting.
Anyone wants to answer to Thomas?
Especially in Czech Republic, the media get paid to do their job.
We have media of public service which are not getting paid from the government, but which works as they works, and they do an excellent job, are under constant pressure right now these days. That's really turbulent era, as my colleagues from our faculty who are also working in the Czech television can just confirm that it's one of the most difficult times in the last few decades. So we are not in an easy situation, but at the same time, like, the government is not paying media for doing this. There is currently right now some advertising campaign for supporting this vaccination, or they say that it is. I haven't seen any single advertisement on this topic, but there should be probably one. And our students were doing some really neat campaigns which our faculty is promoting, but that's just the local thing. It's not something on the national level or national scale. I don't know, Alice, if you want to add something.
I have not a question, maybe a comment that is going more to the two last presenters, but also to the collective presentation for the wave of fear. That it was very interesting because it was very well connected with this kind of mourning and the fear that's coming out of mourning, that it was a part of my presentation. while I heard all this very good content analysis and quantitative analysis of how the media are performed during the COVID crisis, I was wondering if there are other qualitative studies, I mean, focus groups or biographical interviews with the people who that they consume this kind of information. I mean, with the audience, how we can connect these very interesting findings of Ivan that Ivan present to us, also Anu present to us, how we can combine them with qualitative research to make a grounded theory of how they're reacting, because we know the performance of social media or the new media, international media. We can find them because they are objective a little bit and they are there as a pool. But how they are received, I mean, this is the mediatization theory of Jesus Martin Barbaro. In order to be complete our view, we have to go to the neighborhoods, to go to the audience and to make some qualitative discussion there of how they dealt with this kind of phenomena that today we learned from these presentations. I don't know if there are such connections or it was one future research plan, all of this.
I'm not sure if there are already some qualitative studies about the specific topic of COVID-19 and vaccination, but what's very obvious is that the disinformation media use the same patterns to deal with COVID pandemic as they did in last years in dealing with some other topics that are presented by them as something offending, like migration from East and South countries to the Central and Western Europe, or the typical disinformation topics like vaccination as a whole, as some tool of influencing people and making new world orders, etc. and etc. It's always the same song, as I can say, for the disinformation media. They only switch the topics, but they perform the same way. So there are already some studies, some qualitative studies about the way the disinformation media work on another topics, but I'm afraid not yet on the topic of vaccination and COVID.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I have one question for Anu. As you were mentioning how to fight different ways, how to fight the disinformation, but as it's quite common knowledge that also a lot of disinformation is widely spread on end-to-end encryption platforms as is WhatsApp in these massive group chats. Are there any tools how you can actually help with limiting the spread of misinformation or on, for example, WhatsApp? Because it's really difficult to monitor what's going on there because of the encryption.
Yes, sir. So I was reading a report where it was written that actually the WhatsApp itself is actually using certain tools to detect these messages. If there are replication, they have some systems so that they can actually they can code it and they can actually add warning and label and all those things. But I did not have enough literature to support the argument on WhatsApp, so that is why I did not include. But I think there are things are happening there also. They're also trying to protect this space that is actually encrypted here from fake news. And recent, when there were certain cases in India also, that there were, certain spread of fake news on WhatsApp, it actually led to the violence and all those things. So after that, actually, WhatsApp has taken a lot of steps, and they are also, they have initiated the literacy campaigns also. They are teaching people on how to be safe from fake news, how to identify it. But I think they are working there. They have developed some system so that they can detect the fake news that is actually getting spreaded within their system. But as of now, I do not have enough literature, so I'm not in a position to comment in detail on that aspect. But I think the things are moving there. Yesterday I was reading a report, but I did not include here, so that is why. But it's very essential. Like I think, yeah, WhatsApp is very, because every day we get messages from our friends, colleagues, anyone, and like they give some sort of remedy: do this one, do that one, then you will be protected from this one. They also suggest a lot of household remedies. So, and also it is actually, we have the circle with our family members. So here it's very necessary that we protect this particular space also, because on Facebook and other things, they will redirect to the WHO or the nation specific government website. But here in WhatsApp, we do not have such options here. So I think, yeah, there we need a lot of research also. And then WhatsApp, I think they are working there also, and many other researchers also, they are undertaking the projects. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Anup. I have one just short question to team of Alice. Do you have any explanation why people engaged in the disinformation spreading are using those positive avatars, like those smiley faces and different cute animals and these things? Because it's completely contradictory to the content of the hate and lies they are spreading and the negative view on the world. So just if you found out something on this, because it struck me like on the first sight.
Thank you very much for the question. Where it is not, again, it is not anything new regarding the COVID infodemics, because there are simply the information flood that is connected with COVID-19. Because usually people who are spreading disinformation are also spreading these positive things, and it's not only about the avatars and those cute animals and everything around, but also the content. And it is a very weird mixture of positive things and negative things, because you are having, for example, besides Adolf Hitler and the very totalitarian kind of propaganda and the picture of Adolf Hitler, I mean, and on the other hand, there is the video with the kitten that is playing with some small ball. So it is the issue of the integrity of followers, and they really try to spread both positive and, or some of them, of course, not all of them, but some of them really need to post both positive and negative news. And when they are discussing these issues, they seem to be fighting for this positive world, that they are doing that just to protect these positive things that they want to keep and everything around. So they really are spreading disinformation to prevent the world from damage. I'm sorry, to do the damage to their world that seems to be like very positive.
Oh, okay, I see. Thanks. So it's like that about limiting the population of humans, so there will be more of the space for the cute kittens on the planet. That's good strategy. Thank you. And we have one last question from Sophia to all the panelists. What's the case when journalists are misleading the audience with their reporting about the safety of the vaccines? So, who wants to start?
I will start because I'm 30 years also a journalist, and I'm still, and currently I'm still working to the public radio. So I think here we must have in our mind two very important notions, but also they are connected with the values and the ethics of journalism. One is the intent, if they are doing by intent, if there is something that they are gonna gain of this in order to judge them. And the other is the accountability. All the journalists, they have several background, they have specific studies, they covered also other stories. So the people, they have some criteria in order to follow them or not follow them, to trust them or not to trust them. I don't think that the responsibility is going only to the one side of the coin. I mean, to the journalists or to the media that is hiring several journalists. Because also the media have ownership, and when it is not public, it is private, this ownership has a specific political economy interest. So I think the intention or the lack of intention and the accountability of the journalists and of the media, maybe it is a leading point, maybe they are leading notions in order the users to decide if they're gonna follow them, if they're gonna trust their information, and if they are taking for granted everything that the journalist is saying, and they don't know if this journalist in the past made some fake news, spread some fake news, or made some false reporters, then I think the both of the sides, they are not doing well their job. I mean, either the journalist that now we discuss about him or her, but also the user of the media, that he is not investigating the critical thinking that it was coming from our keynote speaker. It is one thing that can help us to deal with this situation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Who wants to go next? Ivan?
Yes. Yes. We can see this problem on both sides of the media landscape, because it can be seen on the side of the disinformation media that they sometimes overestimate the quality of some vaccines. For example, the Russian Sputnik V vaccine, and also the journalists of the second part of the landscape, the how to call them, serious journalists, can be in some danger of overseeing that some scientifically or officially approved vaccines can have their dangerous side effects too. But it's a question if this is the problem for the Czech media, because, for example, when there were some reports about the side effects of the AstraZeneca vaccine, it had very, very huge coverage in Czech media. And I can see that the journalists also learn how to deal with this problem during the period of the vaccination, because I can see, for example, that they are learning to tell in their articles that the vaccines have also some negative effects, that they can be dangerous for some very small amount of people, but that these negative effects are less dangerous than the effects of non-vaccination, for example, for whole population and for people that are not vaccinated. So I think the journalists on all sides of the media landscape are finding some way how to deal with this problem. It's not finished yet, I think.
Thank you, Ivan. I don't know if the second Czech team wants to add something to this. Okay. And Anoop, do you have some comment on the question? Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you repeat again?
Yeah, there was this question. What's the case when journalists are misleading the audience with their reporting about the safety of the vaccines? So if just you can add something to this question, and then we will conclude. So thank you.
No, sir. No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So I would like to thank to all of the presenters for their excellent papers, nice presentations, and for the fruitful discussion. This is the end of the morning session. Now we will have 40 minutes of break, and at 1 o'clock of the Eastern European time, we will meet again here on the Zoom, and we will be following up with the afternoon session, where we'll have another set of papers, keynote speakers, and interesting program for the whole afternoon. So have a quick lunch, and we are looking forward to see you in 40 minutes. Bye. Thank you, guys.
So, good afternoon, everybody. I am really happy that we are here again in our afternoon session. So let's start with our another keynote speech. And I am really happy that we have here Laťka Mortkovec. I'm sorry for the mistake in the spelling of your surname. I'm very sorry for that. Who is from AFP Fact Check. And she will be speaking about fact-checking at AFP, harnessing the power of a global news agency. And we are really looking forward to you, Laťka. So please, floor's yours.
Hello, good afternoon. Hi. I know that the theme of the afternoon session is AI journalism, but I will be speaking more broadly about agency work and how we perhaps not differ from, but have certain advantage over some local fact checkers in checking stories that sort of spread globally. I want to start by introducing AFP, but unfortunately, I was going to show you some stories of in various languages that we do of AFP checks, and it so happens that today is the global site maintenance at AFP, Murphy's Law, so I cannot show you the stories, unfortunately, but anyway, we will manage. And if I may, I would share my screen with you and sort of start with just kind of talking about AFP and the scope of our operation in the various countries and the development of fact-checking there. So let me start with that. I hope it's going to work. Yes. Are you all seeing that?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I will start at the beginning. And actually, first of all, I will introduce the agency itself. AFP, as you know, Agence France Presse, is today the oldest global news agency still in existence. I think it was established in 1835 in Paris as Havas, which is and it remained so until 1944 when it split up from what is today the Global Advertising Agency, and it became Agence France Presse. And today the agency has some almost 2,500 staff worldwide, 100 different nationalities, located in across over 150 countries. And so this is really crucial because as disinformation and fake news turned into a major concern in the past decade and it became very global, it became clear at some point that an agency of this magnitude can really, with solid ground to build its has a solid ground to build its fact-check operation on, and can really take advantage of its scope and of the many different languages that its journalists speak and the sort of the ground knowledge they have in all these different countries. So it was only logical that we get into the business of fact-checking, and we were not the first. We were actually quite slow to get into it. But once AFP sort of put its mind into the operation, it grew very quickly. So let me show you the development. In 2017, so as you see, we did get into it quite late. I mean, AFP did some fact-checking before it was actually called that in its regular stories, but the fact-checking arm itself was established in 2017 with one person, one French speaker in Paris. But by the following year, it had 3 major languages: English, Spanish, Portuguese. So as you can see, it was pretty much in all these countries that speak these languages. And the year after, we were already in 42 languages. 42 countries. And the year after that, last year, which is when I joined AFP, as you can see, we expanded into 23 countries in the world. And this expansion continues so that today we have 23 languages, just this past few weeks, we welcomed colleagues in Greece, Finland, and Sweden. And so, as you can see, we are now operating in 84 countries doing uniquely fact checks. We have over 100 journalists, and we operate in 23 languages. So, some of our competitors, this sort of localized operation distinguishes us from some of our global competitors like AP or Reuters. These agencies also do fact checking, and some of them are also global partners of Facebook like we are, but they only do it in English. And we took a different route because anyone dealing professionally with this information will tell you that it's incredibly important that the fact checks be done in local language. Since the fake themselves sort of spread in the language, and the very reason that they spread is that a lot of the users, social media users who spread them further are not necessarily very savvy, internet savvy, and they often don't speak any other language. So they do not have the tools to sort of verify information themselves in any other language but their own. So it makes all the sense in the world to do the fact checks in the language and supply it to the explanations to them in the language that they speak. It's also important, I would say, for the credibility of the fact checkers, because if as you know, people who share this information and not necessarily intentionally, but just because they don't know, if you just like throw something in English at them or any other language without an explanation, they will only be insulted and they will not accept that as an explanation. So it's very important for fact checkers, I think, to be sort of close to their users and to treat them as equal partners and to really explain things in the language that they understand, to put it simply. So on the other hand, it's also very, I would say, advantageous for a fact checker such as myself to work for an agency that is truly global, because, as I said, 23 languages around the world. As you know, the fakes often travel quite quickly across the globe and get translated, sometimes badly, into the local languages, so that we as fact checkers, when we come across something that clearly did not originate in our country, chances are it already appeared somewhere else. And at AFP, we very often, I put out feelers and I ask my colleagues, have you come across this already? And very often it so happens that the story has already been written by someone else. The debunk was made by somebody else. And all I really have to do is translate it and adapt it to, in my case, Czech reality, the Czech context. So that is a great advantage of working for a global agency, because I have all this incredible sort of depth of resources that I can draw upon. Sometimes, here we are talking specifically about fake news about COVID, which, has since the outbreak of the disease, it has become more than 90% of fake news that is being shared everywhere, Czech Republic included. So all these videos that originate somewhere else, I sometimes look at something and it's in a language that I don't understand, for example. So I don't know what's going on there. All I have to do is send a message to our global network and ask, could anyone help me identify this language, for example, and tell me what's going on in this video. And in a couple of hours, I have the answer, which is fantastic. And then I can work with that, and I can determine whether the claim is false or whether it's a hoax or what have you. Same thing if I, for example, come across, a video that is in Arabic, there is something written in Arabic or in Hebrew. All I have to do is pick up a phone and call our local bureau in Jerusalem or whatever country I suspect that this is happening in, and they will tell me or help me locate the local resources, local sources that I can call and find out what's going on. So this, I think, just to sort of show that working in local languages has real advantages for the global operation as well. And now, so by this time, we do about 19 to 20 fact checks per day globally. And this may not sound like much given the size of our agency. As I said, we now have 104 fact checkers across the globe. But you have to realize that our fact checks, which I unfortunately cannot show you because of the site maintenance, are fully research stories. And sometimes they're quite long because they deal with multiple false claims. For example, you have an hour-long video of supposed doctors and experts talking about how some vaccine or other is causing miscarriages or seizures in people. And you have to go claim by claim, and you really have to make your debunk bulletproof to be credible. So you have to call experts, you have to search for data. And these kinds of stories can take days to write, to research and write. So we actually think that 20 stories a day produced by our agency is a pretty impressive number, given the circumstances that we work under and given the sheer number of claims that is out there. Okay, so here very quickly, I would show you the geographical location. So this is Asia and Oceania. This is Africa, and this is Europe. As you can see, we are in most of Europe now. The reasons why we're not in places like Italy, for example, is because they already have a very developed market for fact checkers. So they don't see any need to have a further fact checker there. But otherwise we are in most of Europe. The conspicuous place that we are not, and let's look at the local global map, is of course Russia and China. And that is because, of course, these are very difficult environments, quite hostile environment, not necessarily, not only easy, but sometimes not possible to work under those circumstances as fact checkers, although AFP does, of course, have wire journalists on the ground. Okay, now, I mentioned Facebook. And this is a very important point. AFP is one of the 60 plus agencies or news outlets that are an official partner of Facebook for fact checking. And the way it works is we're a third-party fact checker, which means that we are hired for our services by that company, and that we have the ability to, once we debunk a false story, we have the ability to mark it as false on Facebook and attach our story to it as an explanation of why it is false. And the result looks like something like this. As you can see, once a post is marked as false, it is sort of covered over by this special screen that is similar to, videos that, for example, have sensitive content, violence or whatever, that you first have to consent to see it here if you want to. Or you can choose to see why it is false, and that will take you to our story, which explains what is false about it and why why the information is incorrect or why it's misinformation. So I often get angry emails from people whose stories have been covered with this screen and were marked, whose stories were marked as false. They're complaining that I'm erasing their post from Facebook, but that is incorrect. I do not have that power, nor would I want to. I'm simply marking it as false. The posts stay there on their profiles, but they have this story attached to them that explains why they're false. And it is true that Facebook, once one of their verified fact checkers marks a post as false, it changes the post's algorithm, and that reduces its visibility or its ability to be shared by 80%, up to 80%. So yes, and also if that story is nevertheless reshared, this notification pops up also on that person's profile. And if there is a profile that consistently shares fake stories, that it can actually be either banned from Facebook or temporarily shut down, or they can be banned from monetizing their content. However, I have to admit that this is still work in progress, that Facebook is not necessarily doing that. And I know that from my own experience, because there are certain profiles and certain websites that whose content I debunk quite consistently, and it is still alive and well on Facebook. So this is something that we can communicate to Facebook as their third-party fact checkers, but we have no control over whether they will stay on Facebook or not. This is often a mistake people make, that they sort of equate the fact checkers with Facebook itself, but it is not so. We do not own the company. We're not part of the company in any way. They are our clients. They're a very important client. And of course they pay for our services, but we are not part of Facebook. To be a Facebook official partner, you have to pass a very sort of rigorous code of principles. We are part of this IFCN, International Fact-Checking Network, along with tens of other global fact checkers. And the code of principles is quite important. You cannot become a partner of Facebook if you don't adhere to these principles. So one of them, of course, non-partisanship, fairness. We have no agenda. AFP is a news agency, as you say. It is it's been established by the French state, and it is still 40% controlled by the French state. And it has some government appointees on the board, but it is not a partisan organization in any way. It is completely independent. Now, the second one is transparency, and that's the transparency of sources, which means that every time I, for example, write a story, write a debunk, I have to clearly identify whom I spoke to, what organization they belong. Like in any news story, it's exactly the same. I cannot quote anonymous sources as our wire journalists sometimes can, but for fact checkers, this is actually the requirements are much more rigorous. So I have to clearly identify everyone by name and by the organization that they belong to. I cannot write any unattributed claims. Everything has to be attributed. I have to explain the transparency of methodology is also very important. I have to clearly explain how I found out, how I arrived at the conclusion that I arrived at, how I found out things, what methods I used, and transparency of sources. We have to be clear that AFP is a public company, even though it has the French state has a minority stake in it, and that we are not beholden to any one particular organization, and we're not carrying its agenda. And a very important point is also honest corrections policy. As a fact checker, you want to be completely transparent and honest. You have to be beyond reproach. If you ever make a mistake, which is human, and your fact checkers are humans, you have to come clean right away, correct it. If it turns out that your fact check was actually inaccurate, you retract the story and publish a correction. This is very important. And now, this is a very interesting point. How do we choose which stories we debunk? The stories that have the most impact are, of course, have a priority, and impact is measured by several different criteria. A very important one is how we look at how viral the posts are, how many shares, how many reposts, etc. We would not generally at AFP we would not bother about posts with a couple dozen shares. Mostly we concentrate on posts with thousands or tens of thousands shares. Although this of course depends on the language and the market. I mean, there are big countries in which the criteria are different there than Czech Republic, for example, where a few hundred shares is already a decently shared story. But the other criteria is whether the post had potential for serious harm. And if we see a story like that, for example, if there is a potentially even a criminal post, false post about, let's say, a retirement home killing its residents with vaccines, and 75 people died in this retirement home in northern Moravia, and nobody is talking about it. Now that is a falsehood that can cause potential serious harm, and in such a case, we would look at such post, even if it's not necessarily yet widely shared, but it has a potential. We can see that it is being shared in real time. We would go and try to debunk such a false story and mark it as false as quickly as possible to stop it spreading further and causing harm. In general, we stay away from harmless posts, even if they're hoaxes. For example, there was a few months ago, there was a very viral post, which was a photo showing a young couple. And the post said something like, "I lost the photo of my grandparents at this railway station. Has anyone found it?" And it turned out the photo was actually a still from the movie Back to the Future. So it was very widely shared, but we decided not to debunk it, although it was a clear-cut case of a hoax, because it was harmless. It wasn't really doing any harm to anyone. But sometimes marking even relatively harmless posts can be useful as a reminder of how you should always check your sources. I once debunked a doctored photo of our finance minister, supposedly wearing an outfit that made her look like she was wearing a Czech flag. And this photo was very widely shared by people who don't normally fall for false information, who are actually, who are normally quite savvy in using social media, etc. And so I thought that this was actually a useful debunk, because it was a useful reminder that even these otherwise sophisticated users should be careful what they share, because they really did believe that she was wearing a Czech flag. And let me tell you, I never received so much hate mail as I did for that story, because people were shocked. Suddenly, they look at their Facebook page and they see that they shared false information, and these are people who are not used to doing that. So sometimes it's a useful reminder that you should always be careful about what you're sharing, and that people are fallible. So that was a sort of a kind of a unique case, but generally we do try to focus on harmful fear-mongering posts, you know, videos like doctors talking about the harm that vaccines can cause, including losses of fertility or seizures in children, etc. And we try we focus on these kind of posts that really do scare people. So I think I already mentioned this. So yeah, how do I find stories that I debunk in the Czech Republic? Most of it really does come from, you know, I monitor social media, of course. I monitor the usual suspect groups that often share false information. There are profiles that are specific, or websites that are specifically dedicated to sharing false information. We have talked about, you already talked about this extensively in your morning session, so I'm not going to go into that necessarily into detail, but this is a reliable source of false news, of course. I get tips from the public sometimes, and I also get, I sort of, because we work with Facebook, we have access to their internal sort of tip-off site, which monitors potentially fake news that users themselves can alert them to. And so this can be filtered by language, which also gives me the added advantage of seeing what is being shared in other parts of Europe or the world. And you can immediately see how widely these posts are shared. And so there is, to sort of conclude, there is no shortage of fake news to choose from. And, you know, as I said, it is, because of our rigorous standards, it is impossible to debunk more than a fraction of what is being shared every day. That's the truth, but that is why we try to focus on the most, either on the most dangerous or the most widely shared posts. So I guess in conclusion, I would just like to stress again that working for a global agency such as AFP has many advantages. You know, we have access to some proprietary tools for analyzing videos and photos, for example. You know, AI, we have extensive technical support, but I would say that the biggest wealth is our people, because our power of crowdsourcing is just incredible, because we have all these journalists around the world, and they are people who speak the local language, and they have the local knowledge, and they have access to the local sources. So they are, not only can they help us with you know, reaching the right people or explaining what's going on in any particular post, but they themselves can be very apt in identifying fake news and alerting us to it. So that has made our common effort to combat fake news incredibly efficient and effective. And AFP, as I've heard, is not done. It will grow. It will keep growing, because unfortunately, fake news is not going away. On the contrary. So if anyone would like to ask any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Laďka, for your interesting speech, because it was really interesting to see what you need to solve when you are the fact checker and how are you working. So it was extremely interesting. And we have one question in the chat. It's from Liana. it is interesting way we cannot see South Caucasus,
Yes.
Georgia and Armenia, for example. Media in these countries are full with fake news. So
yes, as I said, we're not done growing, but this is a question that we ourselves keep asking our leadership at AFP. You know, this depends on various factors that none of which are in my control. Sometimes the consideration is financial. Is the market actually viable, because this is a service that we provide for Facebook, and if Facebook itself decides that they do not want or they do not need fact checking in that market, then probably you know they will not want us to do it. However, I would imagine that in these countries the problem is more of sort of a difficulty of reporting in the market itself, although I have heard that there may be some development in Georgia. So I don't want to jump the shark. I don't have any inside information.
Unfortunately, that's true.
But you may eventually get some fact checking in Georgia for sure. I'm not sure about Armenia.
Thank you.
Thank you also very much. And we are now out of our time, and there are presenters from the afternoon session. So thank you very much once again, Laďka, that you joined us with your interesting presentation. And I hope that your life will be easier in the future and not so much disinformation. But
I doubt it. But thank you for inviting me, and I'll be interested in hearing what others have to say. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. And we have here the afternoon session that there will be 4 presentations, and the first one will be a team of authors from Masaryk University: Martin Komenda, Daniel Klimeš, Ondřej Málek, Jiří Jarkovský, Jan Mužík, Milan Blaha, Jakub Gregor, and Ladislav Dušek. And I can see only Martin Komenda, so I think that he's going to present the paper. So you have 12 minutes for your presentation, and at the end of the panel there will be a discussion after all these presentations. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Just for being sure, can you hear me? Can you see my slides?
Yes, everything is okay.
Perfect. Thank you very much. First of all, let me shortly introduce myself. My name is Martin Komenda, and I'm from joint place of 2 institutions, let's say. First one is under the umbrella of academic domain, Masaryk University, namely Institute of Biostatistics and Analysis at Faculty of Medicine. And the second one is government-oriented. It's Institute of Health Information and Statistics. This is the institution under the supervision, let's say, of Ministry of Health. And today my mission is, together with my colleagues, which are not able to join us in this moment, to present a data sharing system describing the COVID situation here in the Czech Republic. So first of all, let me tell you something about the motivation, because from the beginning, we tried to develop something, let's say, valid, something objective, which will be based mainly on data. And the first part of our results, we can say, is online interactive reporting, which is accessible from March 2020 till now as one of, let's say, the mainstream of the communication channel at the Czech Republic. Secondly, we try to present only clear and up-to-date information in the situation when facts are very important and necessary to see across the internet. I hope we provide a really clear channel how to understand and how to eliminate all misunderstandings of the data which are available across the internet. Finally, we decided from the beginning to provide also the format which is based on standardized open data. It means that on this really standardized way, you can build another your visualization or whatever you want, because it's in a predefined set of attributes together with schemas and all technical aspects which are necessary to have. And finally, really try to provide only validated data together with credible information. Because as we heard, it's not easy to find this information across various web pages, which are unfortunately sometimes available under the supervision or guarantee of government as well as academic institutions. Well, firstly, let me shortly mention how it works, because this is not only about me and my team. From the beginning, it's necessary to have development team which take care mainly about the registry itself. It means about the collection of data together with some kind of validations and another procedures providing final data sets. Together with the data center as the part of our team which provide the final generation of all data which are processed by analytical team of my colleagues. The division of analytics, it's another very important part, because all of these really important guys are behind the process of validation of data processing together with visualization and further presentation of the data in open data format. Finally, the legislation part, it means GDPR is necessary to take care about that. And finally, Web Studio, this is my team, and together with my colleagues, we are responsible mainly in domain of data presentations together with all data sets which are from the perspective of authenticate as well as public-oriented way of sharing. And finally, mainly all predictive models are also quite attractive, because based on that, you can decide what to do, or our government can decide what to do. And this is also domain of my colleagues. And together, as you can see on this slide, we are responsible for data describing the COVID situation here in the Czech Republic. What are target groups? Just shortly, let me mention, first of all, government, because we provide daily service of all teams which discuss what will be here in the Czech Republic, what rules and what restrictions will be proven and will be run here, together with public health authorities as one of, let's say, crisis management part. And here we are really in touch on daily basis and share all the experience, some, let's say, internal validation together with another proposals how to improve data sets and what is necessary to apply it regarding new content of these data sets which are necessary for decision support on a level of these public health authorities. Finally, media and reporting services, generally speaking, they have really powerful way how to influence all these people across the Czech Republic. And I must say that we are really in touch and try to report them and share with them all these validated data, because based on them, we can somehow eliminate these misunderstandings. But sometimes it's not possible, because it's not easy to understand what is really inside the data. All these attributes are well described, but sometimes we can find across the internet a lot of these misunderstandings based on the data of COVID situation. And finally, general public, as I mentioned from the beginning, March 2020, we had a lot of questions, a lot of points how to improve the set of data sets and what we need to do. And till now, there are still a lot of ambitions what to incorporate and include in domain of authenticated as well as open data sets. and this is another target group for us, which is necessary to take care about. Yeah, this is just a short schema how it works. All these data are generated and are created and stored in a central registry called Information System for Infection Disease. And together with some external sources, we have one unique and central platform for data visualization as well as data distribution together with open data sets. And here, from March 2020, all people can access without any restriction and can consume, can see, can distribute these data sets. As you can see in the bottom of this slide, there are several domains like epidemic overview, where the, let's say, basic overviews are available, together with more sophisticated graphs describing current situations. And all these data and all these graphs are available also in a form of open data, so you can construct your own portal based on this data. And finally, we also provide a communication channel and sharing database platform for central management team under the guarantee of Ministry of Health. Well, just shortly, a couple of words about open data. Probably you know this technical format, which consists of many areas which must be followed. The crucial thing is that all these attributes must be described somehow in CSV schema together with the accessible format for machine processing and automatization. And I must say, in this moment, we have more than 30, almost 40 live and updated, regular updated data sets in this particular standardized format called open data. Here is the overview how it works. So on the left-hand side, you can see online reporting, which is daily updated. And we decided to divide into free access part, which can you consume daily without any restrictions, and also the tool called dashboard, where more detailed visualizations and data tables and grids are available for more detailed overview based on lower geographical, let's say, parts of the Czech Republic. And on the right-hand side, you can see our data sets again, the distribution of open data together with authenticated data, which are available only after the registration and some kind of, say, provement that you are a member of a particular institution, when you can consume all these data sets together with analytical reports, which are created and prepared by our team. And finally, here you can see just a taste, some kind of examples what we started to produce from the beginning of epidemic situation here in the Czech Republic. There are many specific reports only for dedicated groups of users, together with clinical data and health system data reports, vaccinations reports and data which are describing current situation every day, and together with the database for modeling and simulations, which are also so crucial for running the Czech Republic. One of these slides visualize user behaviors together with some statistics. You can see that from the beginning of epidemic, we had more than 13 million of users. And yeah, if you can take into account just the pages, it's an amazing number. And I must say that it was something like big wake up when we see all the intentions regarding our portal, and we've built something, I hope, really important in this specific domain. I hope that from a long-term perspective, only open data will stay and the rest will go down regarding the accessibility and user interactivity. Finally, as I mentioned, we are also the institution under the academic umbrella, so we are used to presenting and publishing also some original papers. This is just the example of two which have been already accepted. And one is dedicated to the platform itself, and second one describes more modeling phase of the first wave of the COVID situation here in the Czech Republic. Yeah, what next? Based on our experience, we decided to set up several communications channels, which from my personal perspective are quite important because we need to discuss with our target groups and try to explain some misunderstandings. For example, as you can see on this slide, we have already organized 2 webinars and discussion groups with the registered people, and and we are used to opening some kind of let's say closed questions which are answered in this moment, together with annual conference which is devoted mainly on topic of open data. We have already prepared and tried to distribute newsletters where all these news are clearly described. I tried to set up another communication channel in the form of Twitter communication, and finally many of face-to-face interviews and teleconferences which are devoted to the topic of not only COVID-based data but open data generally. And yeah, from my point of understanding, it really makes sense, and hope it will be more and more clear. Here's the example what will be the next step, and yeah, in July we plan to organize the third year of our annual conference, where the topics of open data and also because we need to discuss and open the visualization, the experience of COVID data will be presented. And I hope that if you are interested in, it will be held only on Czech, but definitely you can join us, because I think it's necessary to have also feedback for the audience which stands abroad of our team, and to get some positive or negative, let's say objective feedback. And finally, let me conclude with these 2 slides. Here you can see in the center of this schema our portal platform. On the left-hand side, this is the catalog of the open data, where all open data in the domain of medical healthcare are accessible. And on the right-hand side, here is National Health Information Portal, which is another communication channel targeting mainly on general, let's say, public, where the information regarding the health style together with crucial information, for example, in domain of COVID, are presented under the supervision of guarantors from Minister of Health and another institutions and authorities which are responsible for this particular domain. And finally, just some summary of conclusions, lessons learned, and take-home messages. What is necessary from my point of understanding is to present and try to present only validated data and trustworthy information, and and try to communicate, because it's necessary to explain, to be in touch with all stakeholders, and try to find the best way how to how to explain all these misunderstandings, fake news, and how to distribute and share data, mainly in COVID situation, but not only. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much, and I'll be with you, and I'm looking forward for the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. The questions will be at the end of the panel, and now we are ready to give the floor to Radek Mařík, our colleague, who will present the paper that is called COVID-19 Corpus, Characteristics of the News and their Pre-Processing. So, floor is yours, Radek. We can see your screen, but we don't hear you.
Okay. I hope that now you can hear me.
Yes, everything is okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to inform you about the properties of the news corpus used in our Toucher project mentioned by Václav Moravec at the beginning of this conference to ensure the objectivity of the evaluation of media news focused on coronavirus. We process a large volume of text covering a wide range of media publishers that cannot be processed manually, and therefore we used a big data mining approach. In this contribution, I will describe the properties of the use corpus of news and some basic processing steps. Let me describe the corpus first. The news have been collected by Newton Media Company for the entire period of COVID pandemic. News are selected as those that contain at least one of the words related to the COVID pandemic, as you can see here. The corpus comprises 17 zip files with a total volume of over 3 gigabytes of data. It contains 1.7 million of news. There are almost 1 billion of words, nevertheless of over 2 million of unique words. The total length of the news text is around 5 billion characters, and it covers over 3,500 of media channels. Media producing the highest number of news dealing with the coronavirus are captured in this word cloud. We selected almost 400 media channels dealing with coronavirus and created the following 7 clusters from them: tabloid media, national and regional dailies, commercial televisions, commercial radios, economic media, and news magazines, public service media. They represent different style of publishing. The monthly evolution of the number of the published news is depicted in this diagram. It follows the pattern of pandemia. And let me approach the processing of this corpus. We can assess the activity of media channels based on different aspects. For example, this diagram shows the number of news in which war metaphor were used in various media channels. Basic top-level overview of published content might be presented using word clouds. For example, as we can see here, the news in January 2020 dealt mainly with the situation in China, while in November 2020, journalists focused mainly on commenting on the rising numbers of, let's say, infected people. In January 2021, the media were flooded with the views on vaccination. And in April 2021, the news focused on solving the situation, let's say, about the children and schools. We can easily recognize the focus of different style of media. For example, on the left side, economic media, and the publishing style of tabloid media on the right side. Metadata is stored in SQLite 3 database. while the actual textual content can be found in a zip file. As you could see, we cover different combination of views. For example, the full period or monthly progress views covering all media clusters, all standalone media channels. Word clouds are generated without stop words, of course. Those are identified both automatically and manually. Manually based on node degree using complex networks analysis. First, we compute word occurrences. Then using SQL queries, we select and aggregate occurrence counts into views and generate word clouds. It is worth mentioning that when we used separate queries for each aggregation, then the processing took over 12 days, while at present we use just 2 queries and the aggregation is performed in memory using associative arrays, and it takes just 8 hours, in which the majority of the time is taken by word cloud graphics generating. Thus, we can assess the activity of the most frequent words. For example, in this diagram, following the orange line, we can perceive the difficult situation of our hospitals in January 2020, in October 2020, and their recovery in March 2021. Also, the brown line tied to the word children increases the intensity and goes slightly like that during the entire period. We also implemented the detection of given phrases. For example, in this diagram, we can see media channels publishing news in which the phrase fight with coronavirus was used. In this diagram, I'm sorry for small characters. However, using this diagram showing the co-occurrences of different phrases, we can assess their relationship. For example, the word PCR, dealing with this square, PCR is related to antigen test and so on. Again, we can assess different approaches of media clusters concerning the usage of phrases over the time. In this case, the number of published news is related to the phrase, again, the fight with coronavirus. While in this diagram, this diagram can be used to assess mentions of our epidemiologists. For example, one might observe the increasing number of the cyan line mentioning Peter Smejkal. Sorry, it was Peter Smejkal is here. And it goes like in this direction, the blue line. The phrase detection starts with its definition using a flexible part here, for example. And it is followed by, let's say, other, let's say, words that can be combined in many different ways. In this way, we can easily cover thousands of different variants of the similar phrases. Using SQL approach, we index word location first, and then the phrase is detected using intersections of such locations. We also tested Elasticsearch based approach when we select news containing the phrase words at first, and then we search, let's say, the decreased number of news and their text using regular expressions. It is worth mentioning that the Elasticsearch and its dashboard provide an excellent tool for simple, fast online searching. The last point I'm going to mention in my presentation tackles topic identification using complex network analysis. We use mutual information among words based on co-occurrences in the same news. This can be used to identify, for example, news discussion aspects. For example, this graph around the medical mask proposes several variants of reader attitude to medical mask wearing. For example, like it is harmful, I'm carrying that, how many meters we need to use it. They are not functional, people don't carry that, and so on. In the same way, this graph presents different combination words expressing reader opinions dealing with a remedy against epidemic spreading. For example, that even let's say Hitler is mentioned many times, that people are avoiding that. They are either effective or they don't make sense, and so on. So in my presentation, I introduced properties of the corpus used in our project and several essential processing chains, allowing to gain top-level views on the news content. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Radek. It was very interesting, especially all those words relating to each other. And I am sure that we will discuss it in the end of the panel. And now we have here Maja Toradze and Liana Markariani, who are from Tbilisi State University, and they have the presentation Indicators and Specifics of Fake Websites, the case of Georgia, and we are looking forward to it. So Maja, floor's yours.
Hello, please confirm when I will share. Please confirm share.
We don't hear you, Liana. We just heard pieces of words that you are going to, yes, you are going to share screen. Okay, great, thank you.
Yes, I will share the screen now.
And it is okay, and we can hear you. It's okay.
Hello, dear colleagues. First of all, let me introduce myself. I am Maja Toradze, Associated Professor at Ioane Javahishvili Tbilisi State University, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, and my student co-author, Liana Markariani, last year master student of Media Psychology and Communication. As you can see, our research is about indicators and specific of fake websites. The case of Georgia. It is a fact that mankind has been fake news, misinformation and propaganda for years. However, this problem has become more persistent with the development of technologies. Some research shows that spreading of any fake news needs a precondition. Recently, this precondition has become COVID-19 pandemic. So we live in a world of constant change where the influence of social media is indisputably colossal. Consequently, this advancement have brought us the progressive sophistical of social networks and daily increase of registered users on these platforms. However, as we often mention, the visiting cards and branding of the most famous and trusted media organizations, the names and the design of their websites remain unchanged. In order to survive the excessive wave of disinformation in the COVID-19 era, it is important to study the websites that spread fake news. Therefore, the aim of the research is our research is to identify fake websites and the main manipulators of their content, and to demonstrate the purpose of spreading fake news on these websites. The significance of our research lies in the fact that it is conducted during the pandemic. Scientific research about the origin of fake websites will help us fighting against fake news and detecting fake pages. According to the research hypothesis, during COVID-19, the website spread fake news and falsify information relevant to a specific time and use design of well-known websites and media organization in order to increase relevant revenue and attract users. After thorough analysis, we have developed these research questions. What type of fake news was shared in selected fake websites about COVID-19? Which manipulators are used widely in fake websites? What key indicators does a fake website have? What kind of user feedback do we see on fake news? After observing and detecting fake news on social media, we studied one of the first sources of false information, abcnews.com.g, that can be considered a fake analog of the ABC.com. We also compared it to the fake Time News websites and its content. A comparative analysis helps us to identify the tendencies and characteristics of fake websites. The study was conducted over a 1 year period from March 2020 to March 2021. Quantitative and qualitative content analysis, survey, and in-depth interview methods were used to confirm the hypothesis. We have had survey with 200 people and we observed 30 fake news. As a result of the research, the indicators of fake websites formed, which is an important contribution for timely prevention of misinformation in the future. The falsification is sometimes insignificant and sometimes noticeable. Often fake page links have just a few different letters. Here you can see some examples of fake websites which were already detected, and now we will observe one of the Georgian fake page, abcnews.com.g. As I already mentioned, this is the fake analog of abc.com. Now Liana show you some interesting example, and we will also discuss about main manipulators.
Thank you. Good morning. Good day. So as you can see, we have some key indicators which helped us to detect some fake websites, but in this case, we have one example. But first of all, the most important indicators for detecting fake websites are website link, as we mentioned, that sometimes there are few letters changed, but the influence on people is staying like unchangeable. As you can see in the Georgian example, like real one is ABC.com and the fake one is ABC News.com G, and this G is Georgian index. So the next indicator is the design of fake pages. Also, it's very often happening that design is not sufficiently good and it's not clear. The second indicator is like the page is technically incorrect and we can't find a contact field or some very important keys. The first one is clickbites and paid advertisings, which are very related with fake pages, and the source of the photo and the authors of the articles are not indicated at all. So we have some very interesting examples which show you the main differences and the main manipulators of fake pages. So you can see this one, which is ABC News real page, and you can see Georgian one. There is some Georgian words, but the main thing is that colors are unchangeable and the clear design, like white background, and the content posting structure is definitely the same. So the first one is design and colors of the page, which are very important manipulators. The second one is what is also very important is the fact that very keys and pages of these websites are not working. So if you will try to click on some pages, for example, the second one we clicked is news branch. We clicked on that and you can see like exclamation mark, which shows that the page is not working correctly. And we have, you can see some Russian words as well. So there we can think that the domain can be not Georgian and domain can be Russian. So this is also other aspect for research. And the most important thing is that you can see the bottom of the page. You can see a real one, which is ABC News, so breaking news, and the Georgian one, which also says ABC News and Georgian word Saagento, which means media organization. So people in Georgia really think that this ABC News was and is a branch of American ABC News. So the trust is increasing and they are sharing widely information provided by this website. The second indicator is clickbites and paid advertising. Sorry, of course, for this content, but we would like to show you how much abusive these advertisings are. You can't read in Georgia, but I can say that these titles are absolutely faked and are only created for manipulations. But what is interesting, we see these clickbait advertisings on this website, but we can also see another very interesting aspect, which is this one. You can see line bets, very big advertisings. This is a biggest company in Georgia, which provides some online games. So this website is gaining clicks by the people and carrying some cash in his website by sharing fake information. And then he's selling these websites to big companies which are posting their advertisings on this platform. So this is some tactic to use this fake page and the followers of fake page for some like increasing of economical uses. So next one is also very interesting. you can see example, you can see Times Magazine's Facebook page, and you can see Time News Facebook page, which is also a Georgian fake analog of Time News. So as mentioned, we had survey, and we asked to people, this was some kind of experiment, and we asked to people to say if they think that these three organizations and these three pages had some work to do and deal with it together, and if they are branches of each other. And 70% of people answered that they think that the Prime Time and Time News were officially branches of Time Magazine, but they had their own specific, like writing only news. So they were very, this news had very influence on people because they had some trust to Times Magazine. And also we can see the main thing that colors are unchangeable. In when we were talking about ABC News Comgy, the main color was white and black. So when we are talking about Time News, the main colors are red. So they are creating some kind of manipulation for people, for eyes of people. Then, as mentioned, we had survey of 2,000 people for detect main manipulators. Why are they clicking on the link and then reading some content or publication? So first of all, 66% answered that for them, main manipulators are photo and title together, the combination of this manipulators. Then 23% and more is only title when they are clicking and reading the information. Then the third one is photo also, and the color and content. By content, they mean that if some information is important for them, the content is starting to be some kind of manipulator for them in the specific time. Then we observed 13 fake news. So you can see a very interesting fact that this website, ABC News Comgy, so fake website, use US ex-president's photos, Donald Trump's photos, which is very interesting because the main ABC News is also using Donald Trump's photos in the same time. So they are creating an illusion that they are translating and providing the same information as real ABC News does. But the worst part is that in a fake one, we can see that there is no author indicated. There is no author of photo indicated. Title said that, and the title said that you have not to worry about COVID-19, and you have to go to church and pray with all the people without using masks. So this is what this fake news provides. Unfortunately, of course, this is a very dangerous thing. So next we answer to people, why are they sharing some content and what is important for them? And many of them answered that, as you can see, 69%, that new information, they are sharing new information about COVID-19. About COVID-19 medicines. So I will try to skip up some slides too. Then we had some questions about what they feel when they are sharing some fake news. And they are answering that if they are sharing positive fake news, some kind of, if you will drink an onion tea, you will get rid of COVID-19 virus. They are more calm. So 51% of people are answering that they feel calm when they are sharing some kind of fake news. And the other part of people are commenting, like they had a chance to like or comment, this was some kind of experiment, and they comment that they like some kind of information because of that. So as a conclusion, we can say that we could answer to all research questions, and also our hypothesis confirmed. And most important thing is recommendations that we created for people who will fact check or who will interested. So I will not read them because I also overtimed, but if you are interested, you can see the main recommendations from us. And we are open also for answers, for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both Maya and Liana. And we are now, or we should have now had the presentation of Arif Husainada that is called COVID-19 Infodemic in India, a practical framework to limit the deluge of misinformation around the virus. And yes, I can see Arif, so you can start.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I am just sharing my presentation. Hello, everyone. Just wait.
We can't see your presentation yet.
Can you see my presentation now?
No.
Oh, just a minute. I hope you can see it now.
Yes. Great, thank you.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Dr. Arif. I am from India. I have been working on this title, topic since last year when this pandemic broke out. So one of my, domains of my study has been this infodemic around COVID-19. So my topic will be around, as you can see, infodemic in India. So towards the end, I will be suggesting a practical framework which can kind of limit the that spread of misinformation around the virus. So to start with, I will be introducing basically the perpetual diffusion of misinformation and fake news emerged as one of the consequences. As you know, in India, it has been huge because of the huge population and diversity in the population that has been very much problematic. And India has been a country where politics is so much, congested that there has been repercussions of that politics over the pandemic as well. In India, COVID-19 pandemic coincided with this highly polarized political context in wake of anti-Muslim citizenship laws that were introduced in the beginning of 2020. So that led to this phenomenon of Islamophobic narrative and misinformation against the minority Muslims in the country. So India is a typical case where communal elements used COVID-19 rhetoric to trigger disinformation campaign against vulnerable communities, which involved Muslims and Northeast populations. So whether it is about the origins of the virus or it is about the cure, the mainstream media as well as the social media, Facebook, Twitter, has been quite instrumental in flooding misinformation around the virus, as elsewhere in the world. So in these health crises, there has been cases of crackdown on journalists in India. Independent media houses were shut down, which has actually paved space for this misinformation, because social media became something which became mainstream, actually became instrumental and central to everything. And that became a fertile space basically for misinformation and fake news in India. So basic rationale of this study is to actually understand misinformation in India. And I have tried to identify 3 basic stages of infodemic in India, which is firstly about the origins of virus, what has been the misinformation around the virus, origins of the virus, then which was followed by this another wave that was about the spread of this communal information around the virus, which was basically centered about this Islamophobic narrative in the country. And thirdly and finally, the misinformation about the cure of the virus and the treatment of the virus, basically how much messages and all that information about the cure and treatment of the virus was being disseminated. So towards the end, the paper basically will try to suggest a framework which will involve government legislation, journalists also educating citizens about this situation of misinformation and also curbing the misinformation. So the first wave of misinformation in India has been this about the origins of the virus. Initially, the basic misinformation which started with the virus was about the origins of the virus. So that basically triggered this infodemic in the country. So the fake news about the bat infestation, transmission through pigs, or it is a Chinese ploy or a Chinese conspiracy to trigger panic in South Asia. All these misinformation basically started in India. The theories of misinformation basically shifted to then this racist narrative, which was about eating Chinese foods may cause COVID infections within people. And even in this, social media became instrumental, including government officials. We have instances where government officials even started tweeting against China and Chinese food and Chinese people. So all that racist basically narrative was being played out on social media. So basically this misinformation about the virus led to racist politics in India, and racism and hate, because the northeastern people in India who live on the Indo-Chinese border resemble to Chinese people basically. So their Mongoloid features, they look like Chinese, had to bear this brunt of racism in the country. They were more, seen as Chinese and more seen as infected people, to be frank about it. So the northeastern people living in India fell victims to abuse, verbal abuse, assaults, and there have been incidents of attacks on these people, and they were even called coronavirus. Even they were not given place by tenants. There has been cases when they were denied essential services like healthcare and transport. So this is a typical situation wherein this misinformation about the origins of the virus taken to China was actually inflicting, was having repercussions about the northeastern people in India who were, basically the victims of this. So there have been cases that these northeastern people who resemble to Chinese were verbally abused, and there you can see this news. There was this girl who was from northeast. She was attacked in a shopping mall. Somebody, basically harassed her only because she was from the northeast, and they were, considered as some people very much relevant to coronavirus. And there has been this unfortunate cases of this. So this is another case where this northeastern woman is being heckled in a shopping center and called, coronavirus. So these are the typical cases wherein misinformation led to racism in India. So we can now shift to the second wave. The second wave was basically about this spread of communal information. So there has been this incident where Tablighi Jamaat, there is a Muslim organization which held its annual meeting in March 2020. So thereafter, the event and apparent pattern of cluster spread of corona positive cases in several places was linked to this event. So that basically became the root of the problem. The organization faced criticism for holding the event, but subsequently the whole issue transcended into perpetual Islamophobic narrative against the Muslims, and Muslims were blatantly blamed for the reason of coronavirus in the country only because of this event. So the hateful rhetoric against Muslims, it started aggravating in the wake of growing criticism of the organization, and also the right-wing politicians and political actors in the country cultivated this opportunity to communalize the whole situation. So that was the basic root cause when it turned Islamophobic. So there have been cases, now social media here also became very, central to this whole thing. So there was this whole, flooding information against Muslims, allegations of Muslims, and they were called super spreaders, as if they were the only reason for coronavirus in the country. So there was this intense online Islamophobic misinformation narrative going on and on. So there were hashtags like Tablighi Jamaat virus, Corona Jihad, super spreaders, coronavirus, and ban the book. All these Twitter hashtags became viral overnight. So this is how it turned very bad in India. So there is an Equality Labs, which is a data lab. So according to them, the Corona Jihad, which was blaming Tablighis and Muslims for spreading coronavirus in the country, had 3 lakh, we call it 300,000 times. And it was basically seen by 165 million people on Twitter. So you can see the magnanimity of it and how much viral it was getting, how much viral this Islamophobic narrative was going around the coronavirus. So there were this also this issue of fake viral videos. There were viral videos being shared on WhatsApp groups, shared on Facebook, shared on Twitter, which were actually fabricated and were promoting hate against Indian Muslims. They were showing Muslims doing this and that, and they were manipulated and fabricated to show that Muslims were actually with an intention spreading virus in the country. So there is this fact checker website, Media Scanner, which actually calculated 69 such fake videos while promoting hate against Indian Muslims. So also the website provided this data that there has been 28 attacks on Muslims at different places in the country, which were prompted by these fake viral videos, which were actually misguiding people and the citizens of India against Muslims. So all this, created a very volatile situation for Muslims in the country, and which led to the attacks on them and their property across the country. So there is one fake viral video, where a person who is a Muslim fruit vendor was shown as spitting and putting his saliva on the fruits to spread coronavirus in the country. So basically, this was an old video which was manipulated, which had nothing to do with the 2020 coronavirus, was actually manipulated and fabricated by ill elements and made viral on social media. It was later debunked by fact checker websites that it was old, it was not relevant, and it was manipulated. So this is another video clip, which is showing a Muslim restaurant owner is actually spitting on the food and spreading the coronavirus. It was also debunked by fact checker website that is an old video. It was intentionally made viral to, actually polarize the situation in India. Also, you can see this viral clip was actually viewed by, 426,000 people on Facebook only. So another fake video, which is showing a person is in a mosque and they're all sneezing basically to spread coronavirus in Delhi. So this was also a viral video in India around that period, and it was also debunked by fact checker websites that it was fake and manipulated. So all these videos were made viral with an intention to polarize the situation, which is a typical case of misinformation around the corona pandemic. So there was also this this wave of misinformation about cure and treatment. So Indian health system is so fragile. So there was so much of chaos. Everyone was suggesting this kind of treatment and that kind of treatment, and from cow dung baths to steam inhalation, and everything was basically misinformation, and people were simply believing in that. So you can see in India, Hindu-dominated country, cow is something very sacred animal. So there is so much of controversy around cow only. So there are people who actually believe that cow dung can cure coronavirus. So you can see Indian doctors have been warning people that don't believe in this, and this is completely baseless and not scientific solution to the problem. Yet you can see there has been so many people who are actually believing in this thing. So there has been news and videos and WhatsApp messages and Facebook posters who are suggesting that you should put this material that you can get rid of coronavirus. So there was also this misinformation tirade that ice creams and cold drinks, if you stop having them for 90 days, that can actually prevent coronavirus from spreading. So this was also this one of the news that was coming about cure and treatment of corona pandemic around this virus. So these are the three things which basically I discussed about the misinformation campaign that was happening in India. So now if we talk about what is the way forward, how we can actually prevent, so what is we as scholars have to do in this area. So if we see that social media platforms, as we saw in this case, has basically enhanced and facilitated this space for misinformation, which is very huge, because people were in lockdown, people were stuck at home. The social media provided that vent to their frustrations, but ultimately it also at the same time became this vehicle, became this space where misinformation was basically spread out. So people were vulnerable to this because people were helpless. They were dependent on social media. So those ill elements who were using this social media were getting all the help from social media to spread misinformation. So there is need for regulation. There is need for regulation from the point of view that government can devise policies, and also citizens have to be very, have to educate themselves about the misinformation, have to educate themselves about the hate that is being spread across these platforms. So some of the recommendations which I have suggested around this is that first we need to build a consensus how we can basically counter hate speech and how we can counter fake news. So this understanding is very important here, that if we talk about hate and fake news in online offline affairs, like we do sedition charges, we do criminal charges against the people who do hate speech, but we have to extend same understanding to online, which is problematic in developing countries, that they don't have a very devised regulatory mechanism for online content. So that is the problem. So there is a scope for regulation. So it should not be only limited to the incitement of violence, what things are causing violence, but it should be extended to the hate also, things that are advocating hate also. That is very important here. And this discrimination that is happening on social media. So we have to, for example, to determine panel implication for disinformation and hate speech, impact and intention should be also considered. So impact and intention are the key players here when we define the definition of hate speech on social media. So, but there is also this problem that how we define and how we introduce those provisions, it should not be ambiguous, because then also people will manipulate it. They will, for their own needs, declare some term as hate speech and some term is not hate speech. So that mechanism is also very important. So we have to be very sure about it. So another thing is this legislative framework, which is about the legislation, which is about the law, how your parliament will work in a country, how it will devise a mechanism, regulatory mechanism to do, basically curb fake news or hate speech. So it is also very important. So there should be independent regulator for this. There should be less and less government intervention, because again, it will be the same thing also. If we allow governments to devise plans, so there should be a very independent, very powerful regulating body that will design the whole codes of fake news and misinformation. So also there is very important need that sponsored content and political ads should also be fact checked, which is not happening right now. You can see so much of money is being invested in political campaigns and election campaigns around the world. There is less room for fact checking in those campaigns. That is very important also. So we should also check around that thing. And also social media platforms have response.
We are very much over the time. I've already written in the chat to you that
I'm almost done.
So just a very few words, please.
All right. So social media is very important here, that social media as platform has to devise a mechanism how it will prevent hate speech on them. And also from the users' point of view, we have to be very sure that we are so illiterate about media that we can just, we can differentiate between fake news and real news. So 4 things which are very important here to conclude with: that identification, we have to identify what is extremist content, what is not. So second thing is that social media platforms must block proliferation of that viral content. They should devise a mechanism that they stop that content also. So also this platform warning, so that if I am viewing a content, I should get a warning from the platform itself that we don't believe in this. We are actually, this is under consideration. We don't mean that it is real content. So finally, the alternative mechanism should be there, that also the takedowns, the people should know what is the takedown, what if there is a viral video, why it was taken down. So that mechanism should also work. So the conclusion is same as I said, that there should be a proper regulatory mechanism that will basically stop these social media websites from weaponizing the information. So there should be proper guidance that all those stakeholders who are very much accountable should come together and also devise some plans to stop the fake news. So this is it. Though basically it was about how basically social media is actually creating social political polarization this was the case of India, but it can be extended to every part of the world, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have 5 more minutes or 6 more minutes for questions. That's great. So you can, of course, write the questions into the chat, or you can directly ask when you in the reactions, just raise your hand and you can ask whatever you want to. I have the first question for Martin Komenda and his team. Do you think the open data are necessary to be released for the really, I would say, interesting and sophisticated debate, public debate, I mean, or aren't you afraid of manipulation with the data?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. From my personal opinion, it is necessary basis for opening the discussion and debate. But unfortunately, we need to also take into account the level, the detail of the data, because not all data can be published, say, freely without any restrictions, because sometimes we need to respect also GDPR and legacy rules. But generally speaking, yes, this is some kind of, let's say, basis for next steps forward to better understanding among the community.
Thank you very much. Another question for Radek Mařík that I prepared when I heard your presentation. How do you create, I think it would be interesting for our audience, if you could say, how do you create those maps, I mean the term maps, where you have the questions and the relations, the remedies, for example, and all the interesting things around. How do you do that within your computer?
As I mentioned shortly, it is based on the evaluation of mutual information. And what does it mean is that you basically take the occurrences of words and you observe if they occur in the same news. And based on the information theory, you can quantify this relation. And basically the graph is created based on most salient, let's say, values of this mutual information between 2 words. And basically it means that those words appeared many times in the same context.
Thank you very much. Since we don't have any questions in chat, I also have one for Maya and Liana. I was really interested in your presentation in the part about the experiment. And I wanted to ask you if there is any really dangerous disinformation circulated via those websites that look so similar to, for example, Time magazine or ABC. Is there any very dangerous disinformation that was spread during via those websites?
Thank you for the question, very interesting one. So there was one main information which was very dangerous in Georgia, but not only, do you hear me? Yeah, but not only ABC News.com-G, the many Facebook pages also shared the information, but the main source was this ABC News.com-G. So they shared information that the hot water, to drinking hot water, was curing and preventing to get COVID-19 vaccine. So then one of our infectionists and doctors came up with the very interesting post on TV, and they said that they had 15 people who came to a hospital which had burns in their throat because of their drinking very hot. They were drinking very hot water and teas and some other like hot drinks to prevent getting COVID-19. So this was the most influential fake news, which was real dangerous for people's health. There also was some kinds that not wear masks because in masks you can find some chips and some 5G antennas. So very people were like don't wearing these masks, and there were some facts, but this one that they had burns in their throat, this was like fact doctors were mentioning very often.
Thank you very much. And one very last question for Arif Nadav. I just wanted to ask you about that kind of hate speech you mentioned. You said that with COVID-19, the situation intensified in India with hate speech and also the fake news that are aimed to simply increase the hate speech in the society. Is it comparable to any other information campaign, I would say, in past in India?
Yes, it has been, frequently happening in India. In Indian case, there has been, for example, citizenship laws that were discriminatory against Muslims. Also, there was a information campaign against Muslims that they should actually verify their citizenships in the country. So there was this hate going around that thing, and at the same time they were protesting against the government. So there was this hatred that was basically being mainstreamed on social media, and at the same time COVID pandemic happened. So that actually accelerated that hate. So now this was Muslims against Hindus and Hindus against Muslims in the country, because dominant and majoritarian religion, that Hinduism, most of the people were believing that Muslims are basically responsible for creating this pandemic in the country, which was completely false. But that narrative was being spread through social media. So we can see that socio-political fault lines that were actually happening in the country were aggravated, were accelerated with this pandemic. So it provided fuel to the whole debate in the country.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for participation in this afternoon panel. And I hope the situation with the pandemic will be better soon, especially with the vaccination. Let's hope that it will be. And have a nice day. And thank you very much for joining us. And now the floor is Veronica's, because she will present the other keynote speakers. So fingers crossed, and bye for now.
Then. Thank you, Alison, and good afternoon. And that's everything true, because I would like to introduce the two keynote speakers who will present together. And they are going to present together the paper data-driven approach to countering hate speech. Sofia Karaneva has been active in the media industry for over 20 years, and she currently holds the position of communications and marketing executive at the Data Scouting and the leading software research and development company in Greece. In the past, she was a news correspondent for Czech television, and also she worked as a journalist at the Czech news agency. Stavros Boulianidis is a co-founder of Data Scouting and assistant professor in robotic intelligence and classical control at the Department of Computer Informatics and Telecommunication Engineering in the International Hellenic University in Greece. His research interests include control system, machine learning, and robotics. So, Sofia and Stavros, the floor is yours right now. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope that you can hear me loud and fine. So, my name is Sofia Karakeva, as said. So, thank you very much for the introduction and for having me here today. And let me just share my screen. So I hope that you are now able to see my presentation. Yes? Okay.
Yes, we can see your presentation. Thank you.
So thank you. Dobré odpoledne to everyone still with us. And Data Scouting is, as said, is a research and development company, and we specialize in creating, designing, and providing software solutions for media monitors, PR agencies, broadcasters, and government organizations that want to cover their media mentions in all traditional online, social, TV, and radio. And my presentation is split into two parts. I will start with a short introduction of hate speech against journalists on social media. And in the second part, I will be talking about data scouting role in EU-funded project called DAX, which was a data-driven approach aiming at countering hate speech against journalists. So let me just start with some facts. Early 2021, social media accounted 4.2 billion users in the world. This is an impressive number as it grew by 30% compared to 2019, mostly because of the coronavirus pandemic. And this is an irreversible growth as the trend will be to keep increasing. Facebook has been rated the least safe platform of the top 5 ones that journalists are using, and the others being Twitter, WhatsApp, YouTube, and Instagram. Even if only 1% of tweets contained offensive or hateful speech, it will still be equivalent to 5 million messages daily. Violence against journalists increased during the coronavirus pandemic on a global scale, and racists, misogynists, and oppressors are allowed a voice just because there are no clear rules and speech is uncountable and consequence-free. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 19, includes the definition of freedom of expression, saying that everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. The right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. But hate speech as such is not mentioned in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It is referred in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. And there what it says, quite interesting, is that member states are not only permitted, but they are required to pass some type of legislation that prohibits hate speech. But it does not define what they mean by hate speech, neither does it say how exactly each member state should be doing that. As a result, member states have found different ways of dealing with hate speech, and there are arguments of how this is being done. Meanwhile, in the United States, hate speech is constitutionally protected by Section 230. And is hate speech internet made? Personally, I believe no, because I think that it is rather a society issue which is becoming more and more toxic. But of course, we cannot ignore the fact that tech companies allow hate speech on their platforms. So we now have 2 new sources of power, a very agitated digital world and a very monolithic digital oligarchy. Yet, according to the US law and Brussels, tech companies are not legally liable for content that is being posted on their sites. They are private companies that have advanced their own definitions of hate speech that bind users to a certain set of rules. And their business model is based on growth and ad revenue, and therefore they have no intention of disrupting hate speech from reaching scale. On the contrary, they actually profit from it. And over the past years and being under scrutiny, social platforms have been asked to answer tougher and tougher questions about the user's content. So, is this harassment? What about this? Is this a violent threat? What about now? Is this an example of hate speech? What about this? So hate speech seeks to silence journalists and discredit their reporting. It is often organized, coordinated, and orchestrated. It is usually misogynistic. It radiates, as perpetrators often target families, sources, and colleagues. It is intimate. The threats are personal and often highly sexualized, and it can be extreme, intense, and prolific. Fake news and disinformation spread faster than facts on social media. The use of disinformation aims to intimidate journalists and discredit their work. This is the example of CNN reporter Anderson Cooper, who was accused of kneeling in order to fake the level of water in his live shot and make the impact of Hurricane Florence look worse than it actually was. Yet, this picture was taken 10 years earlier when he was covering a different hurricane. Still, this did not stop people from attacking him on Twitter, calling him a disgrace, or even suggesting that he is a homosexual because he prefers to be on his knees most of the times. Now, regarding cheap fakes or shallow fakes or even dumb fakes, as I recently read in an article, this is the case of another CNN reporter, Jim Acosta, who during a press conference in the White House was approached by an intern who tried to take the microphone off his hands and their arms touched. The original video was modified by InfoWar editor to make it look like Acosta karate chopped the intern. In this case, Watson made a simple change to the frame rate of the video, zooming in one section of the footage and giving viewers this way a different impression of the incident, making Acosta look like the aggressor. Facebook is only able to detect 2/3 of altered videos, and even under the new rules that were announced in January this year, this video would not be removed from the platform because it was not the product of artificial intelligence. Let's now take a very brief look at the hate factor in political speech. We all know that Donald Trump arose to power using social media, and throughout his presidency, he did not stop offending journalists using disturbing and degrading expressions like stupid, nasty, loser. And for the president of Philippines, Rodrigo Duterte, being a journalist does not mean that you are exempted from assassination, and you can read the rest of his statement here on screen. Maria Ressa is a Filipino-American journalist, co-founder and CEO of April, and recent holder of the UNESCO Press Freedom Award. And she is an explicit example of a government-orchestrated campaign against her on Facebook and Twitter. The abuse that she received was massive. At one point, Ressa received 90 hate messages per hour. About 60% of the attacks went after her professional credibility and public trust in her journalism. The other 40% consisted of sexist, misogynist, and dehumanizing insults. Threats included calls for her to be sexually assaulted, killed, and even raped repeatedly to death. Some slurs, like prostitute, are still in use today. There were two goals, Ressa said. The first one was to pound me to silence, and the second was to create a Badagon effect so others begin to believe in a meta-narrative. And it worked. This noxious accusation of journalists with criminals on social media turned into a real case for her when 2 years ago she was arrested for cyber libel, and now she faces a sentence of as much as a century in prison. So such examples show how the role of journalists is being undermined. They are intimidated into silence, threatened, harassed, and humiliated. They face public defamation and even personal attacks. Many of them suffer from fear, which frequently leads to self-censorship and to departure of early career journalists. They decrease their visibility from social media, and some journalists feel compelled to tone down controversial stories carefully consider the language that they are going to use when covering a controversial story, withhold information, or even abandon stories altogether for their own protection. And journalists are used to having to defend their work. Criticism and negative feedback are an expected part of their work, but journalists are subjected to abuse on a level that goes far beyond the topic that they are covering. And if you are part of a newsroom, there is a certain level of protection there. But if you are a freelance journalist, this is a different story. So grow a thicker skin or toughen up. This is what usually journalists are being said. But how do you cope with rape or death threats? From malicious threats to actual intent, when online hate turns into a real life violence. In June 2018, a mass shooting occurred in the offices of the Capital Gazette, a newspaper in Annapolis, Maryland, in the US. The gunman, who actually expressed his intent of killing on Twitter, shot and killed 5 journalists and left 2 more employees injured. And while hate speech threats are real, journalists and media organizations are still not well equipped to fight them. But we want to give agency back to the attack. The EU has funded several projects related to hate speech, including the DAX project that was awarded to Data Scouting and the European Journalism Center. Together, we developed a deep learning-based hate speech detection model and open source hate speech databases. With an early warning mechanism, journalists can now identify instances of hate speech against themselves, software assisted in near real time, recognize concerted hate speech campaigns, identify originators of hate speech in order to take countermeasures, such as to publicly expose the tactics and strategies of hate speakers in order to diffuse their impact, and to more easily notify platform operators about instances of hate speech. So how was hate speech tracked and reviewed within the DAX project? Well, we started with Twitter, and we had to scale it down to accounts of journalists and news outlets in the 5 languages of the project, being English, German, French, Spanish, and Greek. And then we collected millions of tweets in order to track instances of hate speech. But I will leave Stavros to share with you some more facts about this. We provided our annotators detailed guidelines that included a single definition of hate speech in order to achieve consistency, yes or no, or multiple choice questions, test cases as words take on new meaning, often dependent on context, and instructions along with examples when offensive speech slides into hateful territory. Now, unlike violent extremism, hate speech is often subtle or hidden. So you need an interdisciplinary approach from linguistics to machine learning to identify both explicit and implicit hate speech by classifying secret codes and stereotypes. The challenges that we face with the annotations were many, and I will start with slang, as it is ever shifting, it transforms, and it can be disguised. There are positive and negative slang words that need to be distinguished, especially as slang is not part of the common vernacular used to train a model. So in the tweet that says, fish and chips to you too, what that person actually meant was that he wished you to get a sexually transmitted disease. So not easily spotted and surely not something nice to say. Another challenge were paralinguistic signals such as emojis and hashtags. Even a smiling faced emoji, when used in the wrong context, can be traumatizing for the person that is being targeted. And what we observed with the F word was that when it was used outside of a hashtag alone in a tweet, more than 97% of the tweets were considered hateful or offensive. Another form of harassment that we spotted was the use of triple parentheses, also known as the echo symbol, that is being used around a person's name for harassment. In this case, we have a tweet using triple parentheses and around journalists. We also need to realize that people who spread and create toxic content spend countless of hours figuring out how they are going to avoid getting flagged by annotators and artificial intelligence. So they will use pseudonyms like Jews or Gas in order to attack Jewish people. They will deliberately misspell words and use abbreviations. They will use bad grammar. And there is also a tendency to replace letters with similar looking numbers. So for example, the letter E would be replaced with number 3 and S. Coded hate is very hard to spot. So for example, in the email by Milo Yiannopoulos, we can see the number 1488, where the first stands for the famous 14-word slogan or used by white Jews to signal their ideology, and 88 represents Heil Hitler. We observed that the same words were not being treated the same way across the different languages of the project. So we had to examine the different use of the same word by different users and by different audience members. So for example, the N word is not allowed in Germany. And in fact, the majority of tweets containing this word are being deleted. But in English tweets, we had to draw a distinction between the different versions of that word. And we rated it based on intent and not just content. So we realized that when related to sports or music, there were cases when it was expressed in a positive way. And some behaviors are specifically developed for online. So another challenge that we faced was to distinguish the different forms of language used by particular groups. Because, for example, there are groups that use offensive words, and this is accepted within their own group, but of course it is not accepted in the outside. So it requires special skills to distinguish a joke from or an extremist comment from parody. And finally, what we learned, one of the things that we learned is that social platforms have made it quite difficult and expensive for researchers to have access to a full range of posts on some subjects, including hate speech. We had to exclude Facebook from the project because after the Cambridge Analytica scandal, Facebook imposed strict restrictions on data collection. And as social platforms have tightened even more their hate speech policies, users have become more careful and haters have become more polite, using more sophisticated forms to express their hate. They avoid explicit slurs and they mostly insinuate rather than directly claiming things. So content is more implicit and coded to avoid being removed. And that makes hateful comments much harder to detect. And we also need to pay attention to social media alternatives such as Parler, Gab, Telegram, and MeWe, which are currently on the rise as they promise not to censor their users for behavior that might violate the policies of their rivals. And I will close with a positive message that hopefully we will be able to target hate speech much more efficiently under the new EU regulation that aims, among others, at adopting a common approach with a unified definition of hate speech. So that's from me. Thank you for listening. And I will now pass the floor to Stavros.
Thank you. Let me share my screen to continue with the discussion of automatically detecting hate speech in social media. So this is a very, very difficult problem because, as Sophia already has mentioned, hate speech changes forms. So hate speech uses different expressions, they uses abbreviations, and also detecting hate speech from and differentiating hate speech from personal attack is not easy, even for human and even for experienced human annotators. This is why also keyword-based identification techniques do not really work well. So this is a challenging problem from the artificial intelligence and technical, let's say, part. Also, some more challenges arise when you start working with the problem, because hate speech may have a lot of impact to journalists or the normal person, but as a ratio of the total number of social media posts, hate speech is very rare. So it's not easy to randomly pick social media posts and find social media posts which are basically hate speech. So creating a data set with hate speech is very challenging, although there are hundreds of researchers and of course all the social media platforms that work on automating hate speech detection. Open data sets are very hard to find, and if they are available only for specific languages without too many, let's say, expressions of hate speech. Also, across different projects, different definitions of hate speech are used. And finally, since most researchers use Twitter to do the annotation, and they work mainly on Twitter social media posts, Twitter licenses do not permit the open data, providing, let's say, the annotations and open data. You just need to provide Twitter IDs, and those Twitter IDs you have to then hydrate. So this is a process where searching in Twitter with the IDs and getting the textual content back. Then this is a process that needs to be done for all the researchers. But this means that since Twitter deletes hateful comments after some time, even for a database, a data set, which is something like 1 year or 2 years old, something like 20 or 30% of the tweets will have been deleted. So this makes the problem of hate speech detection quite interesting in order to work with it. Now, for the DAX project, we monitored these numbers of accounts, journalistic basically accounts. And finally, after 1 year, we had several hundreds of thousands of different tweets. So the beginning is to start identifying if some hate speech exists across those number of tweets. But this is a huge project to start as with human annotators. So what we decided is to use transfer learning. So we created a neural network model of a similar concept, but a lot more general concept, which is the personal attack concept. So we created a neural network model of personal attack using Wikipedia data. And then after ranking all the collected posts with this model, we gave annotators highly ranked posts for personal attack, plus some random ones. So the idea is that we need to find hate speech, not in the normal, let's say, sparsity that hate speech exists, but as much as possible. And this really worked. Also, we created some keyword-based querying in order to identify initially hate speech and then create our first hate speech dataset. So this was the first thing that we did for the project. And with this limited, of course, dataset of hate, we started creating our models for hate speech recognition. Now, without getting too technical, we decided to go for an ensemble model. So ensemble models basically means that you create different modules with different neural network architectures. So we used convolutional neural networks, we used skipped convolutional neural networks, LSTMs, etc. And the idea is that you try to combine the predictive power of all those different models in a single model. So you have something like 5 different models voting about the decision of whether this particular tweet that I have in front of me, is it really hate or not? So this ensemble model created the best results for us. So the precision and recall in a macro average perspective was ranging from 85 to 87% and 69 to 78%. So these were quite good numbers for detecting hate speech across the 5 different languages that we also mentioned. Now, after creating this first model of hate speech, the next task for the project was to optimize annotation. So since now we have a good model, the first model of hate speech, the idea is to help, to make this model help us in sampling hateful comments. So we use this model to get as more hateful comments as possible and feed them to the annotators. So the annotators basically were fed with more hate than if we did random sampling. And also the annotator process also included social media posts that the ensemble model was confused about. So take into account that if you give a neural network model too much hateful tweets that the model is 100% sure that they are hateful, then the model will not learn something more, will not become better. The same thing is if you provide to the model tweets that are not hateful at all. So the idea is that you need to feed the model tweets that are helpful in the way that the model is basically unsure of if this is really hateful or not. So the idea is that we ranked all the social media posts based on the sureness of the model, and we provided also the annotators some social media posts that the model was confused about. We found out that the model accuracy rose with 35% less human work, so 35% less annotation. Now, a schematic representation of the annotation project, of the annotation process was as follows. So we created different batches of unlabeled tweets using the deep learning models. So we fed those batches to annotators. The annotators provided labeled tweets, and those labeled tweets created a new deep neural network model. So we did this process 3 times, and the final models were derived after this 3-round process. Now, the data set, the final data set that was created from this project, and that included the English, German, Spanish, French, and Greek language, had basically had these numbers. So we had a total number of 7,159, for example, positive hate speech messages, and 84,000 approximately negative hate speech messages. And similar numbers, but of course quite lower with the other languages. So these are the data sets that we have open source basically, which are available online. And these are the data sets that we keep on working in order to get more data included. So the current work that we do as a team is we keep on collecting social media posts annotated by interested users. We have an online platform, hatedetection.com, that does exactly that. Then the second step of the process is we evaluate the annotation quality, and we still work with making the artificial intelligence behind that better. So we work with BERT, which is a pre-trained language model that hopefully, when our results will be finished, will significantly boost accuracy. So this is a project that we are very interested in, also as a company, and this is something that we keep working on from the technical perspective. So thank you very much. That was my presentation on the difficult aspect of automating hate speech in detection of hate speech in social media.
So thank you very much, Stavros and Sophia. If you have any questions, so you can ask in the chat, or you can ask directly here in Zoom. So I have one question, because Sophia, we know the environment here in the Czech Republic, because you work here like a journalist here Prague and in the Czech Republic, so maybe you can compare it. How does a hateful comment affect the
microphone? Microphone? Okay, sister,
one more time, can you hear me? Can you hear me right now, please?
Yes, well, let's try it, because I can hear some echo.
So, okay, I'm going to continue because I have one question for you, because you are working here in the Czech environment, here in the Czech Republic, like a journalist. So I have a question, maybe you can compare it. How does a hateful comment affect the work of journalists? Because effect on social networks are pretty also quite common here in the Czech Republic. So maybe you can share your experience.
I cannot share something on a personal level, because as a journalist, I have not been subject of hate speech. I have, of course, received some offensive comments on different levels. Either it was personal, either it was targeting my professional, but it was not, I wouldn't go as far as to say that it was hate speech. What I can say is that the more experienced a journalist is, the more better he is able to, let's say, deal with hate speech or abuse online, trolling, because it doesn't stay only online. If it's really a serious intent, it will go offline. And we have so many examples of journalists that are being threatened, like phone calls, personal visits to their homes, things that are really, really scary. So what I would say is that the more experienced you are, the better equipped you are to deal with this kind of online harassment, offline abuse. And of course, women and men are targeted on a different level. And this is all, and we also need to take this into consideration when we are talking about hate speech and online harassment.
So maybe one more question. Do you think is it worse right now in the COVID era?
Yes, I would say that based on research that I done lately, it is much, much worse, because right now, even the social platforms, right, because of the coronavirus, many of their moderators have stayed at home and moderation have been much worse, and all the rates have fallen down. So if before the coronavirus they had already reached, let's say, a 90% of accuracy in removing hate speech from social platforms, that figure had surely dropped down to some kind of 55 or 60%. So yes, I would say that it is much worse than it was before. And I think that it will keep just escalating, especially if social platforms have made, let's say, a revolutionary move by banning Trump from social media, but they have not done the same with other political leaders. So unless these voices still have a platform to express and radicalize their followers, journalists will always be a subject of hate speech that will keep escalating and escalating.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. Your presentation was perfect. And I will give the floor at the end to Václav Moravec, Director of Center of Artificial Intelligence Journalism here in the Faculty of Social Sciences.
Veronica, thanks very much. And thank you very much, Sofia and Stavros, for your speech. Our conference is coming to a close. Let me conclude by thanking you for your presence. I would like to thank all the keynote speakers and other presenters. It has been a great experience to share all the information today about the different forms of infodemics, fake news, disinformation, misinformation, and its research. I wish you all a warm hello and hope to see you soon at the next conference we will be organizing in Prague at the Charles University at Faculty of Social Sciences here in Prague. I look forward to seeing you soon. Have a nice day and goodbye all.
Goodbye all, and thank you for having us. Bye-bye.
Yes.